Supervisors meeting. The meeting is in order, and the first order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance, and I would like Supervisor Gray to lead us if he would.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. The next thing on our agenda is oral communications. The public may speak on any item not on the printed agenda. No action may be taken by the board. We've got a couple of people on the dais that want to make some public comments, so I'll start with our county counsel, Ms. Carrillo.
Thank you. I just want to introduce everybody to Mary McEwen. She's our student intern this summer. She just finished her second year at McGeorge Law School.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Mary. And at the other end of the dais, Mr. Pedro.
I'm going to do this embarrassment properly.
Was that a slam?
So the board, you're gracious enough to add a couple permanent positions to the office to deal with some of the workload issues that we've had. And I'm very pleased to announce formally, these are our two new analysts in the county administrator's office, Ethan Billigmeyer, got it, and Liz Peterson. Both have extensive backgrounds. Well, Liz in nonprofit area, actually. Ethan's had more in the behavioral health social service area before we brought him over to work temporary duty with us in the office in OES. Liz is going to have the primary assignment of natural resources to begin. Ethan with OES, but like everyone in our office, they're going to get a dose of about everything there is. And I did want to say this, in doing the backgrounds of both of these individuals, extraordinarily high marks on their integrity, trustworthiness, and follow-through, which are important, I know, to all of us. So wanted to officially welcome them, present them to the board and the public.
Welcome.
I just want to say thanks for the opportunity to work for you all and to serve the public, and I'm really looking forward to being here and working.
Welcome. Thank you.
Good morning. Yeah, I'd like to second that. Very excited to be down here. Very excited to continue working in the tree mortality and drought programs. We put a lot of effort into those programs, and I think we're just starting to see the payoff for those. So very happy to be working for you all and the public as well. Thanks.
Thank you. And it should be noted that Liz can be excused for not knowing what she's getting in for, but Ethan can't. He's been working in there for a while. Well, welcome to both of you, and we're looking forward to working with you. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Chair Rutherford, members of the board, Don Meyer, Interim Chief Probation Officer. I have the pleasure and the honor of introducing our first employee at the new Motherlode Regional Detention Juvenile Facility. He's our superintendent. This is his actually third day. He was appointed officially Sunday. So it's Mike Arndt. He comes to us from within the department. He's been a probation officer for at least 4 years, but he has pretty extensive experience, and I'll give you some of that information right now. He's holds a Bachelor of Science degree from Cal Poly, San Luis Obispo,
Great
master's degree in social work from The Ohio State University. He completed the Ohio Corrections Training Academy. He has had a field placement at a Ohio Women's Correctional Facility. I think it was called a reformatory. I don't know if they still use those names. He has nearly 7 years experience in child welfare, social services in Riverside and Tuolumne. He's trained as a forensic child abuse interviewer, social worker, probation officer, and he has had arrest, search, and seizure. He has excellent communication skills. He's a tireless worker and a very positive role model. Like I say, we're very pleased to have him here with us, and we're fortunate that he was an internal candidate. So we know what we're getting, and that's one of the reasons why he was selected. He's fantastic. So any questions or comments?
He's got a lot of words to live up to, doesn't he?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, Ms. Carrillo, Mr. Pedro, I'd just like to thank you for the opportunity. I'm I'm extremely dedicated to this county, and even more importantly, more specifically, I'm dedicated to children in this county, whether they're abused children, whether they're neglected children, whether they're kids that are acting out and engaging in acts of delinquency. They all need help, and I'm motivated in doing so, so I relish the opportunity to continue doing this in this position, so thank you very much.
Thank you. And it's always good to get new blood into the system. Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Mhm.
Okay. My name is Scott Fischler. Thank you, Evan, for your conversation before the meeting. I'm addressing you this morning regarding the replacement of the decking, the Caltrans project on the bridge on 120 over the Tuolumne River. That's upcoming, and I understand that Supervisors Gray and Royce are the members of the Transportation Committee. And I would like to speak with both of you separately beyond the 3 minutes that I have here with some thoughts and recommendations as to why the detour that has been optioned as number 2 through Jamestown and Sonora down Jacksonville Road is ill-advised, and the primary detour that Caltrans has offered on J59 and Bonds Flat Road should be the single detour that is used for this upcoming project. And I would also like to request that, since last night's meeting was canceled of the Transportation Committee, I'd like to be added as an agenda item on next month's Transportation Committee meeting for your 2 supervisors here.
Okay. Are you aware of the meeting that's going to be held in Groveland?
I am,
May?
actually.
Okay.
I have spoken with Caltrans about that on the
Please,
24th.
please attend that meeting.
I do intend to, and I'd like to voice my concerns prior to that, which may negate some of the issues that are being raised regarding detour number 2. There are many compelling reasons why detour number 2 should be deleted, and as I mentioned to Supervisor Royce, I would very much like to see an economic impact study that had been conducted on the justification for detour number 2 as routing traffic through Jamestown and Sonora. Specifically, how many additional room nights, how many additional meals, the transient occupancy tax, and the sales tax that would be generated by routing this traffic through Jamestown and Sonora rather than J59 and Bonds Flat Road. So may I expect that I'll be added to the agenda for next month? And
I'll be happy to speak with you. It'll have to be next week because we'll be at conference through Friday. So
may I have a conversation with you prior to the Caltrans meeting
prior
in
to,
Groveland next
absolutely.
Tuesday?
Just leave me a message on the county phone system.
I would be glad to.
And I'll get back to you.
All right. Thank you both very much. Thank you,
Thank you.
Supervisors.
For those of you that don't realize it yet, I think it's election time. Ms. Batista is back.
Hey, I come back on other things too.
Yes, you do.
Debbie Batista, I'm the County Register of Voters. The ballots are in or have been mailed. We're starting to receive ballots back. If you haven't received your ballot, you should receive it in the next day or so. Supervisor Hanvelt received his ballot. Oh, you haven't. You'll get it in the next day or so. You raised your hand. The next day or so, we've already received back ballots. People have come to our counter because remember that 2 South Green Street is an early voting center. It's been open since May 9th and will stay open all the way through 8 p.m. on June 7th. Next Monday is the last day to register to vote. If one has changed their name, moved inside the county, moved to the county, or will be 18 on or before June 7th, one wants to register to vote, you can do that online or you can do it the old-fashioned way with the registration cards. There's some in every single building, including there's some back there, I believe, because I brought them up. And so next Monday is a real important day if you want to make sure that you're registered to vote. June 7th is a real important day to vote. Remember that this is a new policy that the postmark will count, so one can drop off their ballot on June 7th as long as it's postmarked and we receive it by Friday the 10th, then we can count your ballot. So it's going to slow down the process. If we have some close races with 3 days of collecting ballots, we won't know how many ballots we're going to have to count. So if you can get your ballots in earlier, that would be better. And remember to go out and vote, but do your homework first. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Yes, sir.
Eric Aiken, Recreation Supervisor. Just here to announce to your board, very excited to announce that we are taking registrations for all of our summer activities and programs. We just started registration yesterday, and so far it's going very well. Very excited that we're able to offer a wide array of programming to the members of our community. I've brought a copy for each of you of our summer activity guide. So that kind of gives you an outline of what's going on in recreation this summer between our pools, recreation, standard park, youth centers, all the different things that we offer. One of the other reasons I'm here is to also announce that we are currently hiring. We are in need of lifeguards this summer. The position is currently open. So if anyone is interested in applying, they can apply directly on the Human Resources website. You can also get a link from our website. You can also contact our department if you have any questions. We are in the process of setting up a couple more classes. So if they are not currently certified, they can sign up for that class to get certified and then also apply for that job. So, you have any questions?
No, thank you very much.
I got one, Carl.
Go ahead.
Yeah. First of all, this is great. The activities that we offer through the rec program are fantastic for kids and seniors and everybody. The lifeguard issue I just wanted to address. I appreciate you bringing that to the public's attention. I'm hoping to even highlight it a little bit more and maybe even get Alex to write something about it. I understand we need, I think, what is it, eight lifeguards per pool?
8 to 10.
And how many are we short approximately at the moment?
Probably about 15.
Okay, so we really need to bring it to the attention of the youth in the county that this is a fantastic job opportunity. I mean, who wouldn't want to hang out by the pool all summer? You know, I can't believe that we're having difficulty finding people to do that. But
You looking for something to do?
I might volunteer. Yeah,
We are hiring.
I think I would.
Supervisor
trade
Royce,
this
that's
in.
a dream job, hanging out.
I think they get paid more than us too. So hey, but anyways, we need kids to do that. If we don't have those jobs filled, we can't open the pools, and that's not something I'm willing to let happen. Period. So we need to get out there and beat the drum. Can you talk
qualified
about
lifeguard?
what the qualifications for the kids to be able to do that job? We offer the training, right?
We do offer a lifeguard training class. We're in the process of trying to set 2 more up currently.
Is that free?
It's not. It's $153.
Can we waive that, Craig?
It's not an agenda topic.
Well, can we bring that back? Okay. It's really, really important. So I'm not willing to see the pools closed, especially I know there's talk about the Tuolumne pool. There are so many people that rely on that pool. There's seniors that do water aerobics. I've gotten messages from people that go down there. They don't have other transportation, so they're able to get there. There's kids with the same situation. They do swim lessons, and there's so many reasons why it's such an important community asset. So anything that the board can do to support you guys to make sure that we get it staffed and opened, we're there.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let me guess. Office hours.
You got it. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, supervisors, and the public. My name is Matt Reed. I'm from Congressman Tom McClintock's office. And just here to announce that I'll be hosting office hours and Supervisor Rotifer's office from 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. this morning here on the 4th floor. If anyone has an issue with a federal agency that you would like help to resolve or would like to discuss federal policy or talk about votes or anything like that, I'd be happy to have a conversation with you. And welcome to the new intern and the new staff. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to publicly state how awesome I think Tracy Riggs and her staff are, because you are truly the ones doing the heavy lifting and bringing the money to Tuolumne County. And I'm surprised that Ethan was introduced today, because I've been seeing you for months. So I didn't know you were new. And then on Saturday, I went and participated in cleaning up the Oddfellows Cemetery here in downtown Sonora, and they only have 8 members, and they're trying to keep that cemetery up and running all by themselves. So I was one of 4. So that was really kind of an interesting thing, and there were several graves up there that need adopting, and I recognize some family names, so some of them will be hearing from me. And they are going to do an initial history tour up there, so I put some flyers for Cable 8 back on the table also, and they're going to have some people there talking something about the history of some of the residents of that cemetery. So I would invite people to come out and support them, because very few people are trying very hard to keep this going. Thank you.
Thank you. And just for the record, Ethan was on loan previously. Now he's owned by Craig Pedro. With board consensus, I would like to extend the public comment period by 5 minutes. Is that all right? Okay, thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning. Tyler Somerset with the Transportation Council. It's May. What's so great about May, you say? It is Bike Month. So we are going to talk a little bit about biking in Tuolumne County. May is a perfect month for Bike Month. The days are getting longer. The temperatures are perfect. The grass is still green. The blooms are still out. So for those of you who have not yet bet on your bikes this year, now's the time. Bike riding is one of those activities that reminds us of being a kid, or at least it does for me, wind in the face. But it can also be one of those activities that reminds us that maybe we're not in quite as good a shape as we remember. Only 6% of the population does not know how to ride a bike. We'll come back to that later. But May is here to save the day. So if you haven't been out on your bike yet, let's go ahead and do that. Biking is fun, family-friendly, and in Tuolumne County, we have all kinds of great trails to choose from. If you're not sure which trail you want to get out on this May, go ahead and go to TuolumneCountyTrails.com, and there are a myriad of trails outlined with maps and directions to trailheads there for you. Tuolumne County has 2 distinctive sets of infrastructure, one that supports recreation and another that is utilitarian in nature. The recreation resources are great. The utilitarian ones could use a little support. But Tuolumne County is no stranger to a challenge, and this board in particular is really adept at handling adversity, as demonstrated by the rimfire, the drought, bug kill, economic downturn. So finding funding for bike trails will be no problem at all. As you know, there's very little money out there, state and federal, for bike and pedestrian projects. But the board did support 6 projects to the Active Transportation Program. I appreciate that. And there is now a Trail Me About It program with the Sonora Area Foundation. So for folks who maybe haven't had a chance to get out on their bikes, they could make up for that by making a donation to the program. And lastly, in closing, a few quick statistics. For those of you overachievers out there, 17% who ride their bike more than once a day to more than once a month, keep up the good work. For those of you who only ride on special events or occasions, how about Bike Month? For those of you who never ride your bike, 50% of you, but you know how, this is your month. You can do it. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just one comment, Tyler. You missed an opportunity. If you
I'm ready
ride
to
your
make up
bike
for that.
around and you're too tired, you can always ride transit home.
There we go. All the buses have bike racks. Thank you, Supervisor.
Okay. I hate it when that happens. Okay, so any other public comment? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment period, oral communications period. Will the clerk of the board please read the consent calendar?
Minutes of the meeting held on May 3rd, 2016, approving the elimination of 1 vacant detective position and replacing it with 1 deputy sheriff position, accepting a notice of completion for the Parrots Ferry Road reconstruction project, Approving the grant deed for lot line adjustments between parcels within the Justice Center campus owned by the County of Tuolumne and the Tuolumne County Transit Agency. Approving a professional service agreement with Cardno, Inc. to produce Kennedy Meadows Recreational Use Plan and transfer $69,340 from Kennedy Meadows Trust Fund into the general fund. Approving the invitation for bids for contract number 1702, Special Districts Crack Seal 2016 through 19, and issuing a call for bids due on June 9th, 2016 at 2 p.m. Declaring various equipment as not required for public use and surplus, authorizing the deputy purchasing agent to dispose of the property through a one-day sale to be held on May 21st, 2016 at the Sheriff's Boat Patrol Yard located at 10915 North Airport Road in Columbia. Approving the appointment of Leon Liebster to the Tuolumne County Airport Land Use Commission. Approving the appointment of Denise Simpson to the Area 12 Agency on Aging Advisory Commission. Approving the appointment of Roy Patterson to the Tuolumne County Commission on Aging. And approving the reappointments of Dorothy Tate and Brenda Hicks to the Carter Cemetery District.
Okay, does anyone want to pull any item from the consent agenda calendar? Okay.
I'll move on the consent calendar.
Okay, I've got a motion by Supervisor Brennan and a second by Supervisor Royce. You guys are trying to trick me. Is there any public comment?
I do, and I'm actually going to say something positive. For item number 8, I think a few of you know that the Tuolumne County Airport Land Use Commission is not one of my favorites, and I rarely have anything nice to say about them. However, whenever I have been there, Leon Liebster has been an alternate, and he has been at every single meeting that I have been at. So therefore, I will heartily endorse his appointment.
Thank you. Okay, any other public comment on the consent calendar? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? It is unanimous, 5-0. Please read item 12.
Consideration of adopting a resolution proclaiming May 15 through 21, 2016 as Emergency Medical Services Week in Tuolumne County.
Welcome.
Thank you. Members of the board, Clarence Team, EMS Coordinator for Tuolumne County. So once again, it's my pleasure to come to you and ask for a proclamation for EMS Week. This year's theme for EMS Week is EMS Strong. The strong is not about the individuals working in the system, but is about the teams that work in the system. These teams are stronger and better than the sum of their parts and provide an extremely high-quality care for the patients. Last year, these EMS teams responded to nearly 8,000 calls in Tuolumne County. These teams include dispatchers, first responders, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, flight nurses from 17 different agencies, mobile intensive care nurses, as well as doctors and other healthcare professionals. 79% of these calls were received through the 911 system. 66% of those calls received advanced life support procedures in order to aid the patient. Last year, we made several changes in our system. Under the leadership of Dr. Kim Freeman, we expanded the paramedic scope of practice, allowing for more advanced treatments for our patients. Through the FEMA grant process, we received 2 Lucas CPR devices. These devices provide consistent compressions by freeing up other providers to do other life-saving procedures. It is important to recognize these multi-agency, multidisciplinary teams and the individuals that compose them for their dedication and service. With that in mind, I respectfully request that the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors proclaim May 15th through 21st, 2016 as EMS Week.
Okay, and I would like to read the resolution. Resolution of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Tuolumne. Whereas emergency medical services, EMS, is a vital public service, and whereas first responders, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, and flight nurses stand ready to provide compassionate, life-saving care to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And whereas access to quality emergency care dramatically improves, the survival and recovery rate of those who experience sudden illness or injury, and whereas EMS plays a critical role in public outreach and injury prevention and is evolving in its role as an important member of the healthcare community, and whereas emergency medical services teams consist of emergency physicians, emergency nurses, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, firefighters, educators, administrators, and others, and whereas the members of emergency medical services team, whether career or volunteer, engage in thousands of hours in specialized training and continuing education to enhance their life-saving skills, and whereas residents and visitors of Tuolumne County benefit daily from the knowledge and skills of these highly trained individuals, and now therefore be it resolved that the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim May 15th through 21st, 2016 as Emergency Medical Services Week to honor and recognize the outstanding contributions that emergency medical services providers have made to our communities, and encourage all citizens to participate in observances that express their appreciation. And thank you very much for bringing this to us, and I will open it up for any public comment. Bring it back to the board. Supervisor Hanvelt.
Yeah, thank you for being here. You said more than 8,000 calls.
Nearly 8,000 calls. We're just about 150.
Okay, that's okay. 8,000 calls, 365 days is 22 calls a day.
Yes.
How many ambulances you got?
5.
These people are working hard.
Yes, they are.
They're working hard and they're working overtime. I want to say thank you to your team for doing what you do for the citizens of Tuolumne County.
Thank you very much.
And I know
I must say that most of that falls upon Manteca District Ambulance and Bill Caldera. They do an excellent job. I have worked in several different counties and several different systems, and by far, this is the best group of people that I have worked with in my 33 years in EMS.
Okay. Supervisor Gray.
Yes. First, I want to express my thanks to all those that do that hard work. And I would agree we have a great emergency system here in Tuolumne County. Just get compliments about how people are treated. And personally, I mentioned, I think, at one of our EMC meetings that my aunt had a ride and she couldn't say enough on how well she was treated. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Supervisor Brennan.
Yeah, and I would just add that I think your challenges dealing with the increased, we have such fluctuations in our population with our visitors, and trying to accommodate that, and I think you do it in an outstanding way. And I know it was part of the discussion when I was back in D.C. You know, the EMS was one of the examples that came up, and how complex it can be with that population fluctuation. So thank you for those efforts.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Okay. My lack of words is not a lack of appreciation, but it's already been said. So thank you very much. And
I'll move in favor of the proclamation.
Okay. I've got a motion.
Second.
I've got a second. Supervisor Hanvelt and Supervisor Brennan. And with that, any other public comment? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstains? Okay, passes unanimously. Item 13, please.
Consideration of approving the Tuolumne County Fire Services Provider Automatic Aid Agreement with Tuolumne County Fire Service Providers.
Welcome.
Good morning, Chairman of the Board, other supervisors, county staff, Paul Avila, County Fire. Well, you know, this was first brought to me, I think my first day when I was introduced here, almost 2 years ago. I never would have thought it would take 2 years, but we're here. The automatic aid agreement. Rather than go through the agreement itself, kind of did some bullet points. I'll discuss those and then have some questions. questions after if there's any. The benefits of the new automatic gate agreement: a better utilization of fire department resources countywide, dispatching the most appropriate resource or resources, and in most instances, it will be the closest resource. It eliminates dispatching too much equipment, i.e. medical aids. Currently, there's areas in the county where on say a sprained ankle, we might get 3 fire engines going from 3 different agencies. And that's due to the fact that through the years, different departments have done different agreements, which has required the Emergency Command Center in San Andreas to develop more plans. So these plans kind of started multiplying. And currently there's over 2,000 plans, response plans for Tuolumne County. In addition, there's additionally about 200 plus special response plans for, say, the hospital, the mill, et cetera. By having this new plan, the ECC has been able to reduce the amount of response plans to where we stand right now is 19. What this means for the ECC, the fire departments, and most importantly the community and the citizens that we serve, is when there's an issue in the plans, we can make adjustments more rapidly, which provides for better service to the community. How it works: the plan will be implemented on Monday the 23rd by everybody CAD webbing, all the departments CAD webbing into basically the CAD system. They'll implement or input their daily staffing in there, so we know what's staffed and what's not staffed. If an engine's not staffed, then it probably won't be on the first call to go. Where we're going to dispatch the closest resource staffed engine. This was agreed upon by all the departments. On May 24th, we'll implement the response plans themselves. So we'll have one day to make sure everybody's got CAD web up, and then on the 24th Tuesday, we will implement the plans. We will be utilizing initial dispatch. It'll be utilized for the initial dispatch. So for the initial call, 911, someone dials 911, this is for the initial dispatch of the equipment. Anything in addition to that would be the mutual aid system. And that's, the command center will work that out. The agreement is composed of 2 parts: the agreement itself, which we're here today to ask the board to approve, and then the response plan, which includes the maps and the response areas. The operational response plan was worked through with all the fire chiefs, and we agreed on the areas we're going to respond to, as well as the maps and the types of equipment we want coming to our calls. By doing this, we've come together with, again, one response plan, and before there was different districts or cities or the county had different equipment going to a structure fire. So, for instance, county fire might have 4 engines going to structure fire, where the city may have 3 engines, where the district might have 6 engines. So we've all agreed upon a standard response plan. And the disagreement is for code 3 calls only. That's lights and sirens. So a public service assist with a broken water line is going to be the agency having jurisdiction. This will eliminate an overburden on other departments. This should be a like for like, and not throwing calls to another agency where it may not be monetarily feasible. Response areas and maps. Again, each department was asked where they're willing to go and what each department wanted coming to them. With that, we came up with a response plan. Some key notes. We anticipate having some issues. With the 2,000 plus plans in CAD, they've removed most of them, but we know that there's still some lingering around in there. So, you know, we've all agreed, the chiefs all agreed on running this thing for a year. And within that time, we're going to be able to work some of those out. By reducing it down to 19, as these little ones pop up, they're able to work them out a lot more rapidly. We've come up with a system for issues. If it's an emergency issue, then we're going to act on the radio. If it's something that, oh, I didn't go to that call where I think I should, well, there's an unusual occurrence form that we'll fill out and send to the Emergency Command Center chief, and he'll review it and we'll make the appropriate action. In most cases, one engine will be dispatched to medical aid calls. But note, for recruitment and retention of our volunteers, it's also important to get them the experience in the calls and keep them motivated to be a volunteer. So at sometimes there will be two engines at a medical aid call because we want to keep our volunteers participating in the program. Again, key example, Station 58, Cedar Ridge has a great group of folks up there now. So there might be times the volunteer engine is going to be canceling the paid engine on medical aid call. So the system will work. Last but not least, the Sierra Conservation Center has signed the agreement. I know in the board report they hadn't, but I picked it up yesterday, so that is signed. So all parties are signatory to the agreement. I'll be working with County Council and the tribe to work on a separate agreement with Jerry McGowan and his department. I'd like to say a special thanks to County Council and especially to Carlin for helping me get through some of these obstacles that we hit and road bumps along the way. And that's my report.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and ask for public comment, but before I let anybody speak, I would like to read into the record as public comment a email that I received through Mr. Pedro from Larry Crabtree, Fire Chief, Miwok Sugar Pine Fire Protection District, and it basically says, I'm writing to encourage the Board of Supervisors to authorize the signing of the automatic mutual aid agreement with Tuolumne County Fire Service Providers, item number 13 on the agenda. Miwok Sugar Pine Fire Protection District is proud to be the first agency to sign this new agreement, and we encourage Tuolumne County to also approve it in the spirit of countywide cooperation. I have a prior commitment that will keep me from attending the board meeting to speak directly to this item. However, feel free to express my support for the county's approval of this agreement. Signed, Larry. So, additional public comment on this item? Bring it back, Supervisor Royce.
Sure. First of all, I just want to congratulate Paul on getting this accomplished. This is something we've been pestering you about for a little while, and this is a very big deal. There's a direct correlation with our ability to cooperate between all these different agencies and the success of our fire departments throughout the county. And it's difficult. It's extremely challenging when you're dealing with all these agencies and their needs and their challenges. A lot of them have very constrained resources, and they have to put their own needs aside in some ways to be able to make this work. And this is a huge improvement on efficiency to be able to dispatch the appropriate resources. I look forward to seeing the year go by and get the CAD working smooth. And once again, thank you very much and congratulations.
Supervisor Brennan.
I agree with everything that Supervisor Royce said. And my criticism really is about one element that's out of your control, and that's where folks initially call. If somebody uses their cell phone and calls 911, where are they routed to?
It depends which part of the county. I believe for Tuolumne County, you'd go to it's going to go to Merced County for CHP, and then it gets redirected back up.
Correct. And I'm going to say that, and I think this issue has been brought up before, but that is a fundamentally flawed process, because people in Merced County, and I know I've experienced this myself when I was on 108 on public lands, and spent several minutes with them trying to get an address, and I kept saying, there is no address. I am on Highway 108, mile marker. And when we're starting at the very top, and there just is not an understanding of how the land lies, we waste too much time in trying to get that connect. And so I hope that as a county we will continue to work to try and change that process, and somehow 911 calls, and again, I know this is out of your purview, but it's a problem that we need to address and try and find a solution.
Thank you. Supervisor Gray.
Yes, it's been more than 2 years that we've been working on it. Obviously, I recall a pretty large meeting at Sierra Bible here a number of years ago, and this subject was on the table, and we discussed it at the time, and there was a lot of pushback. I just want to congratulate you and whoever helped you get this through, because this is a big thing. Everything that Supervisor Royce said, I certainly agree with for one time only, but it's factual. It is a lot more efficient. So again, congratulations. The other thing that I want to address is that now that we've got Tuolumne County with these mutual aids, I understand that we're possibly going to be working with Mariposa and Stanislaus to try to get some sort of arrangement or agreement with them also.
That's correct. We currently have agreements in place with Mariposa County, and actually they were written by Mariposa County. I've been in contact with their sheriff, which oversees their fire, and he's opted to take the lead on it, on renewing those. And we're also working on one with Stanislaus Consolidated Fire for the LaGrange area.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Pedro.
Yeah, if I could just add 2 cents, as something John referred to was actually the leadership of this board that called for the first fire study, and this was the most important thing that came out of that study. It was the number one priority that all those districts agreed upon, and it's taken a long time. 2 unit chiefs, 2 deputy, fire wardens, 3. Is it 3? I stand corrected. But I just really wanted to, express appreciation to all those districts. Because it takes everyone working together. That's been expressed. But I just got to really give a shout out, to Paul and to Carla, and you guys really worked hard, and really want to just say congratulations.
Not much that can be added to that, but I'll add my personal congratulations and thank you for the really heavy lifting that you've done to make this happen. I know it wasn't easy.
Great. It wasn't the easiest task. I almost feel like Joe Montana when he won the Super Bowl. I'm going to Disneyland now. It was tough. Jerry McGowan, Chief McGowan, and Chief McNeil actually played a pretty big part in this. It got to a point that, like Supervisor Royce mentioned, sometimes you have to put cover your patch. You have to just put your ego down, do what's best for the community. And I think as a whole, the group did. At a certain point, this response plan was moving forward. I was given direction, and it was moving forward. So get on board, or this is what we're going to come. And it was maybe a little harsh at times, but it worked. And I think at the end, everybody came together. And I'm quite confident on Tuesday morning, our CAD will work. I won't say flawlessly, but it will work very well. We do anticipate a few issues, but nothing significant.
Thanks for a great job, and hopefully Josh White will buy your tickets to Disneyland.
Thank you.
No? Not happening? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, I've already asked for public comment, but I'll give the public one more shot. Public comment. Okay, looking for a motion, folks.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the agreement to authorize the chairman of the board to sign the Tuolumne County Fire Service Providers Automatic Aid Mutual Aid Agreement on behalf of the county.
Okay, and I got a motion by Supervisor Gray and a second by Supervisor Royce. Call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? And abstentions? Unanimous. Item 14, please.
Consideration of approving an agreement with Manteca District Ambulance Service for ambulance staffing and daily operations at a monthly initial rate of $289,147.
Okay, so you're well practiced now? You're ready to go?
I am.
Okay.
Supervisor Rodeford caught me earlier before the board meeting practicing right here, so I could do this correctly. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Steve Boyack from the Human Services Agency representing ambulance services today. The County of Tuolumne has contracted with Manteca District Ambulance for the provision of ambulance services and staffing and daily operations since 1987. The existing public-private nonprofit model has proved very effective for the residents of Tuolumne County to provide for their emergency medical transportation needs for nearly 30 years. As your board knows, the contract with Manteca District Ambulance will expire on June 30th, 2016. To that end, staff was before your board on October 20th, 2015
to present an overview of Tuolumne County ambulance service history and current operations, and outlined other service area models and discussed options for future ambulance operations that included maintaining the status quo, a public nonprofit partnership, privatizing ambulance services, bringing ambulance personnel and daily operations in-house, thus having a county-only operation, creating special districts for the provision of providing ambulance services. After debate and discussion, your board concurred that you would like to continue the nonprofit public partnership and directed staff to pursue extending our contractual relationship with Manteca District Ambulance. The contract before you today is a 10-year agreement that would begin July 1st, 2016 and expire June 30th, 2026. The proposed fiscal year 16-17 monthly base rate to Manteca District Ambulance would be $289,147 with an annual total cost of $3,469,767. This represents a 3% increase over fiscal year 15-16. Upon your board's approval, the increase would be built into the fiscal year 16-17 ambulance budget. With that, staff recommends that your board approve the agreement between Tuolumne County and Manteca District Ambulance for ambulance staffing and daily operations effective July 1st, 2016 through June 30th, 2026, authorizing the board chair to sign. And number two, find that the competitive process is not required due to the non-exclusive nature of ambulance operations within Tuolumne County. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, anybody have any questions of staff?
Just have a comment.
Go ahead, sir.
I did mention earlier how appreciative we are of the service. I think it's important to note that there's no general fund cost to this contract. It's an enterprise fund. It's a pay-for-service, and that's something that is, I think, a good partnership. Thank you.
Okay. Public comment. Okay, bring it back to the board for any comments. Supervisor Brennan?
I would just encourage any of the listening public to go back to that October meeting because there was a very thorough presentation, and it really did highlight the complexity of how we provide ambulance service in Tuolumne County, especially with regards to funding. And at the appropriate time, I'd be ready to make a motion.
Okay, any other comments, questions? Okay, Supervisor Brennan, you're up.
I'll move approval of the recommendation, items 1 and 2.
Okay, I got a motion by Supervisor Brennan, second by Supervisor Hanvelt. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, unanimous. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, if you'll indulge me a moment, I would like to thank Amy Art from my office. She was a point with respect to facilitating this contract between the Human Services Agency and Manteca District Ambulance. She kept us focused and facilitated. She did the research. She was the primary contact with County Council, who participated in a big way with respect to this contract. So I would like to thank her. Thank you.
Thank you, and your practice paid off. Okay, item 15.
Consideration of approving correspondence supporting AB 2783, cap and trade, rural housing equity.
Shanahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Sheila Shanahan, Housing Program Coordinator. Can you hear me? Okay. The Cap and Trade Affordable Housing and Sustainable Communities Program provides significant funding for affordable housing near transit and other activities to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The bill in front of you, AB 2783, directs the Strategic Growth Council to consider revisions to program guidelines that would make this program easier to use in rural areas. Tuolumne County stands to benefit because rural projects will be more competitive. Rural communities would be better positioned to receive a fair share of these cap-and-trade funds. Staff recommends that your board approve the correspondence in support of AB 2783 and authorize the chairman to sign.
Questions of staff? Public comment? Bring it back to the board. Looking for a motion?
Just a comment. I would really like to see us building some affordable housing in rural communities. It hasn't been done for a long time. The only real program for building affordable housing is Habitat for Humanity that's working. I mean, really building houses, and that's pretty sad. But I fully support this, and I'll move in favor.
Okay, got a motion?
I'll second.
Got a second. Motion by Supervisor Hanvelt, second by Supervisor Brennan. No other comment? Call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Unanimous. Number 16.
Consideration of establishing a Green Energy Update Fund, designating the county auditor to establish and oversee the fund, authorizing the Housing Loan Review Committee to develop funding and client selection criteria, and authorizing staff, members of the Board of Housing Policy Committee, and Housing Loan Review Committee to participate in fundraising efforts.
You're still here.
I am. Sheila Shanahan again, Housing Program Coordinator. The county assists lower-income households through our first-time homebuyer and owner-occupied rehabilitation programs, and our goal is to provide safe, affordable housing for our clients. And we have over 120 borrowers, in our loan portfolio. While these families have affordable housing, high utility costs are often a burden to lower-income homeowners. And staff would like to help our clients further reduce their housing expenses by lowering their utility bills. And towards this end, staff contacted Grid Alternatives about the possibility of providing solar photovoltaic systems on homes of clients assisted by the county. Grid Alternatives is a nonprofit organization that has been designated by the Public Utilities Commission, the PUC, to serve as the statewide organization to administer the SASH program. And that is the Single Family Affordable Solar Housing Program. It utilizes a portion of the funds collected by utility companies for solar energy products. The users, such as ourselves, through PG&E, pay a small solar fee on our monthly bills. The SASH program can only be used for lower-income households that are part of another affordable housing program, such as the county programs. And Grid staff is here, and they'll be talking in a little bit about their organization and what they would, the work that they would do in our county. The SASH funding from the PUC provides about $8,500 per solar system to these lower-income households. Each system is sized according to the household, but the total cost is about $15,000. Grid Alternatives has met with the Housing Loan Review Committee and the Board of Supervisors Housing Policy Committee to discuss the possibility of providing these solar systems to county housing program clients. Both committees are in support of the project, and a subcommittee was formed to discuss ways to fund the project. Grid Alternatives has committed to raising funds to help fill the gap between what the PUC provides and the cost of the system. The county would like to work with them to help accomplish the goal. We contacted clients who have received loans through the county, and we already have 14 who are interested in receiving these systems. Our goal over the next year is to raise about $26,000. The idea is that the county would establish a green energy upgrade fund that can be used for any program that reduces energy costs for our clients. The county auditor would establish the fund and oversee it. The Housing Loan Review Committee would establish the client selection criteria. Staff members of the Housing Policy Committee and the Housing Loan Review Committee would participate in fundraising efforts to raise funds for the Green Energy Upgrade Fund. These donations, the county would then pay Grid Alternatives as the SASH administrator for a portion of each system. The amount would be the gap between what the PUC provides and the other funding that Grid Alternatives is able to raise and the cost of the system. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Grid Alternatives staff. Tom, what is your last name?
Good morning. Thank you for inviting us to this meeting. My name is Thomas Gueda. I'm the Executive Director of the Central Valley Office, which is in Fresno, California. And we serve the county of Tuolumne as well as 11 other counties out of the area. As Sheila mentioned, we're very excited about bringing our services up here to the homeowners that qualify for the program. What we are is a nonprofit organization. We are, the way we work is very similar to Habitat for Humanity was mentioned earlier, whereas they provide community volunteers who help build the homes. We actually will go out and recruit community volunteers that will help our construction team install solar over a 2-day period on a single-family home rooftop. So we're able to bring our services to help families with a successful business model, coupled with not only the partnerships that Grid Alternatives has with equipment manufacturers, and of course doing the volunteer installation model. We're able to bring it at cost to families that would never ever consider getting solar to lower their energy costs. As many of you know, the cost of maintaining a home, the first initial large payment is the mortgage. The second one is your energy bill. So we have been successful since 2004 at administrating the SASH rebate program and helping families to successfully maintain home ownership. And we want to bring that service here to the county of Tuolumne. We're very grateful to be working with Sheila and her staff over the last couple of years and coming up with this model. So we look forward to helping some families and getting the work started this year. We plan on doing anywhere from 2 to 4 this year, and then keep moving forward as we continue to successfully raise dollars here in the community to fill the gap, as you heard, and help people get a system that's going to save them anywhere from 75 to 80% of their average annual utility bill. What we do is we size the system based on their last 12 months use, so that way we don't oversize the system. We also will provide energy education, so that way they become part of the process to lower their energy bills. So it's a wonderful, successful business model where we get everybody involved in the process for a successful outcome.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Gray.
Question. How many of these do you have in place now? Approximate number.
Well, we are one of 7 California offices. Speaking for my office, we've done about almost 1,200 installations since 2009.
Quite a few.
We are a licensed contractor, and just like licensed contractors, we warranty and service all of the installations we do. It's a unique model. We are fortunate we work with a lot of community volunteers, public groups. We have successfully built relationships with community colleges. We have a wonderful program we started the Central Valley working with high schools. We've talked to Sonora High here. There's a lot of enthusiasm. And I know in Fresno we're doing installation with a high school we've been working with juniors and seniors for the last 3 years. So it's wonderful to be working with Grid and being able to work within the community we serve.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, public comment? Bring it back to the board. Any other questions, comments, or a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move on staff recommendations 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Okay. Do I have a second? I'll second it.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Gray and a second by Supervisor Royce. You did. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. I'm a trained professional. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Item 17.
Consideration of approving correspondence to Governor Brown requesting that he work with the state legislature to take immediate action to pass transportation funding packages that does not increase taxes but instead reallocates existing state funding for maintaining and improving the road system in the state of California.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Bev Shane, the Director of Transportation for Tuolumne County. At your meeting on April 5th, your board considered the multi-year budget projections, and at that point it was identified that Tuolumne County was facing about a $2 million shortfall in the road fund for next year. In response, your board directed staff to prepare a series of letters to the governor asking that he work with the state legislature to address the issue of the lack of funding for road maintenance. Before you today is the third in the series of letters that we have brought to your board. In this letter, we advise the governor that the poorly maintained roads in California are costing his constituents a significant amount of money just to keep them repaired. And the average American driver pays $516 a year for wear and tear on brakes and other wear and tear on their vehicles. In California, once again, we're the overachievers. The average California pays $762 for those same services, and in the Bay Area and Los Angeles, the amount goes up to over $1,000 per year. We also identify that Tuolumne County simply cannot afford to adequately maintain our roads. We have provided a chart in the package or in the letter that shows that we have made many efforts to apply for grants from state and federal sources in order to improve our road system. And in the heyday, back in the mid-2000s, when we were getting Prop 1B funds and the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act funds, our payment condition index actually increased. But then it's been on a sharp decline ever since because those funds were special programs that are no longer available. We also advise the governor that at a time when we need more funding, our revenue from the state highway user tax account will be going down to the tune of over $1 million next fiscal year. We've also provided a chart at the very bottom on page 2 that shows, I think very well, the difference between paying for maintenance upfront and waiting to the point where you have to reconstruct roads. A road that is in excellent condition requires only $2 to $4 per square yard to maintain. If you let them get to the very poor condition, which is what our roads are, most of our roads are facing, it's $70 to $100 per square yard. That's quite a difference because once they get to the very poor condition, they must be reconstructed. You can no longer just patch the roads or put an overlay. You have to reconstruct. And on the last page, we've provided information about the state budget. And again, when you look at the chart, you can barely see the transportation funding on that. The largest portion of the California's general fund goes towards education and health and human services. No question there is a need there, but when you look at transportation funding in relationship to those issues, it's quite startling. We also explain to the governor, remind him that the tax swap that occurred for transportation dollars is that the result is much of our transportation money, or again, taxes that were supposed to be for transportation improvements and maintenance are going for other sources. The $1 billion from the vehicle weight fee was diverted during the recession. That has never been returned to transportation. That's $1 billion a year statewide that we are not getting. And we conclude by saying if the state's driving-related revenue was allocated as originally intended, tax increases could be avoided while reinvesting billions of dollars in California's roads. Fees and taxes paid by drivers should go toward funding improvements for drivers.
Okay, thank you. Any comments from the board or questions? Supervisor Royce?
Good letter. I'm trying to think of what we're going to write about next. I was thinking about maybe making a video or something, but I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe the walk of the Capitol on Thursday might.
Yes, the rally.
Yeah, we should go protest.
Yep. Those of you that are going to CSAC, go do that, please. Make our point. Okay,
I actually
Supervisor
have an
Brennan.
idea. What about a letter that shows, you have the pie chart that shows how our land base is, so really illustrating the amount of public lands that we have, and then get some of the numbers from the Visitor Bureau on how many visitors are coming here. And so essentially, if those visitors are not purchasing their gas in Tuolumne County, then the residents of Tuolumne County are subsidizing. They are not putting, dollars into our road system if they're not purchasing that gas here with the current formula, the allocation formula.
I still want to see some depiction of if we chose to fully fund some of our roads, what percentage of our roads could we adequately maintain under the current funding? In other words, I mean, I think that's going to paint a pretty stark picture.
We could do that. We maintain 610 miles of road.
Sure.
So it would come up to a mile or two. So I think we could certainly
Yeah.
calculate that out.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to
year.
see some kind of a depiction that, hey, what we've got money to do is X, but what we've got to maintain is Y, and Y is like 10 times X or whatever the number comes out to be.
Literally, if we're not talking fixing potholes, we're talking about resurfacing, which is what we need, or
We're
reconstruction.
talking about adequately maintain our roads and not in a increasing deficit kind of mode, but really if we were to fix the roads the way that we would want to fix them in order to keep them, one, get them to a proper condition, and then two, to keep those roads in a proper condition, how much of our road structure could we do with what we've got? And I think it's a very small percentage. Go ahead, Evan.
The other side of this is the expense side. We are focused on the revenue side. In California, the state and the counties are squawking they don't have enough money to maintain roads. And part of that reason is because of the amount of money and the revenue streams. But the other part of that is the cost to do the job. And that has to do with regulations. It has to do with prevailing wage. There's a lot of components to that. And I think an additional theme to the letter could be on the cost side. And I think we could look up some statistics to other states and how much they're able to maintain, what a mile of road costs to maintain in Idaho versus California. And I imagine that it's substantially different. I think you do have to be fair and acknowledge the cost of living as well. But I think that's something that needs to be addressed.
We can expand on that. We did include on page 2, we identified that while we are seeing declining revenues, the cost is going up. And the cost for construction materials increased 44% between 2000 and 2013. So that's on a macro level. We can dig into it a little bit more to do the comparison that you're requesting.
Yeah, and it's labor, it's material, and it's also just the requirements, the requirements for the way things are constructed. So I bid on jobs, and it costs at least twice as much, maybe 3 or 4 times as much in some cases to do a public job as it does to do a private job. I work on hospital projects, and it's private. It's extremely complex because of OSHPD and the regulations, and it's still way, way, way less than public jobs. Simple jobs, you might do a job for a school that's $50,000, $100,000, it would cost $20,000 if it was private. You get a spec book to bid on these projects that are, it's a stack of paper this big that you're reading through with just, you guys know, it's just crap. It's piles and piles of junk that makes it extremely expensive to do business. And it gets translated in the taxpayer's pocket, and it gets translated into our inefficiency and inability to maintain public infrastructure. And at the local level, our staff they do a great job. They really, really try to work within the framework that they're stuck with, and I know that they try to get the job done. But the state does not understand this, or they don't care. And the legislators, they don't have experience in this, they don't know, and these are unintended consequences of a lot of do-gooder type legislation that just compounds the problem, and we can't get anything done.
Okay. Supervisor Hanvelt.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of comments. First of all, just for the public knows this, there are several counties in the state, rural counties, who have gone to a policy of letting many of their roads go back to gravel, not even trying to maintain them anymore. I believe we had a policy on the books that says we wanted to maintain a PCI of like 60, and the truth is we're dreaming because our PCI index has gone from 46 to 39. I think that's right.
That's correct.
In just the last few years. And I think, realistically, everybody has to know if the policies in Sacramento do not change, that's exactly what we're going to be de facto. We're going to go back to gravel roads. And I'm sorry, but that there's no other choice. There's no money. But this is another case, Supervisor Royce, of where the urban counties are getting a lot of the cash for these things. They're getting a lot of the cap and trade money to go to public transportation, things like that, at the expense of the rural counties. So it's good that we do this, and I think it's good that we solicit as many of our sister rural counties to do the same thing. We are the recreation area for the cities, and we're adding to the public safety issue on the roads, because people will not necessarily slow down on gravel roads.
Okay. Any other public comment? Okay, bring it back to the board for a motion. Okay.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion by Supervisor Royce, a second by Supervisor Brennan. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Passes unanimous. Item 18, please.
Consideration of adopting a resolution continuing the local state of emergency as required by the California Emergency Act, Article 14, Section 8630C, due to pervasive tree mortality.
So who's that new guy sitting next to you?
Next to me is Ethan Beligmeyer, who you all know, and I am thrilled that he will be in our office permanently, and we will eventually begin transitioning OES to him more and more. So you'll be seeing more of him and see more of me switching into other things, hopefully. So that's exciting. But while we have tree mortality, I'm here to stay. So with that being said, what I'd like to do... What's that? It's a promise. You like working with me. You know that. So the item before you is, once again, to consider renewing the local proclamation for a state of emergency due to pervasive tree mortality. I think I'm not the only one that, as I drive up towards 108, I'm always astounded at what I'm seeing right now, and I wonder what we'll see when we get to the fall. It's scary. We know that it will only continue, and that doesn't give us any bright light at the end of the tunnel here. But there is some work that is being done. So we continue to participate in the governor's task force. On a weekly basis, there are anywhere from 1 to 3 phone calls that take place for the tree mortality. And that happens to be for technical support, which is great because Cal OES gets on the phone and they help to answer questions. They also have the resource allocation work group, which our county participates on. And then Supervisor Brennan is on the forest bioenergies. That's when you're on, right? Sorry, I think there's 15 different work groups that they have. those are the ones that we concentrate on. We continue to work towards Chinese Camp Ultra Power, trying to renew their contract, and I do believe they did accept the 3-month extension, but we do continue to work towards a more permanent extension to keep them here locally. With that being said, what I'd like to do is give you an update on what we have done in our office for the Leisure Pines pilot project. As you know, our office, and that would be Ethan, did complete an RFQ, which is a request for qualifications for licensed timber operators and D49 tree service contractors. And we had so far, there are, I didn't even count these, there are 8, and I think that Ethan, you received 2 more. So we do have individuals who are interested. What they do is they respond with their license, they respond with insurance and the list of equipment that they have available. Then what we also did was release, and again, that was Ethan that did this. He released a invitation for bid, and then Mike Albrecht, our project coordinator, did several mandatory bid walks so they could go through the Leisure Pine areas and really get a feel for the type of work that they would be doing. Remembering that Leisure Pines, the idea is where our partners are CAL FIRE, PG&E, and Caltrans. What would happen is our foresters and PG&E's foresters go on to each of the properties that have trees that threaten public infrastructure, so right-of-way roads, and then they mark any trees for removal, and it would be PG&E who is going to go in and fall those trees. They already have contracts with individual companies. The felling will take place by them. Then we would have our LTOs and or licensed timber operators who would come in behind, and they will haul the wood product away. And then CAL FIRE will come in behind them. They'll chip and clean up those areas. And during all of this, Caltrans will be providing traffic control on Highway 108. As a result of this project, there will be a lot of heavy equipment that will be entering and exiting the highway. With that being said, you see on page 2 of the memo that we had 4 individual companies who did submit bids for that Leisure Pines project, and all 4 were equally qualified. They all had insurance, they all had the license, and so after we went through their qualifications, we then moved to the cost of the bids. And as you can see, they range from $186,500 to $830,000. We did select Type 1 Tree Service, which was the lower of the bids. We're excited to be working with them. And again, they did participate on more than one bid walk with Mike Albrecht, our project coordinator. What is different about the resolution in front of you is, in order to try and move as expediently as we possibly can, and we all know that, as you've already been discussing, it takes a little bit longer for us to do projects in the public sector. And so we try to move as quickly as we can within the process that we have to work in. With that being said, we have added, and you have that in your memo, a wording that would allow the county administrator to sign contracts after county council has reviewed our process and the bids that have come in, as long as there is a budget in place for that contract. This could actually speed up the work. It could get people working 2 to 3 weeks earlier than if we had to wait with the way that our board meetings take place. We are asking that you would consider and approve that additional language. Then also want to make sure that everyone knows we do have the wood sorting yard open. That is, again, managed by CR Resource Management. That opened on May 9th, and they are accepting wood. That is open to the public. It is very, very important to note that they will take bucked up wood, they will take logs, but no slash, no limbs, no pine needles. Those will need to go to green waste facilities. But it is open. There is a list of items that you see in the memo that we will be collecting, and that will be where did it come from, who brought it, what type of wood is it, and that will help us if we get the major proclamation, which leads me to the major proclamation. We continue to work with Cal OES for a presidential proclamation. As you know, only the governor of any state is the only one who can request that major proclamation. And Cal OES has been working at the direction of the governor's office to identify the cost and make sure that they are consistently, each county is gathering those in a consistent manner. And one of those was the way that individual counties are assessing the number of trees that they need to remove and what are the cost of those trees. They did and I think I mentioned this to you in a previous meeting, they really liked the way that Duke York, our road superintendent, approached it, and they actually put that out to the entire counties, well, I say county, there were 6 counties. We did add 4 more. So they were asking all counties to approach it in that same way. So what he did was he went out, him and his staff, they drove along roads, they counted the number of trees that they visually saw from the road that were dead, and then used that sampling to apply it to other like areas. And that was duplicated across all the counties, and I haven't heard an exact amount yet of what they've come up with, but we will exceed the financial threshold that we need to meet for a major proclamation. And am I forgetting anything? So Ethan was just reminding me about our county website. That is a great tool for the public to go on to. On that website, when you log on to Tuolumne County, on the left there are a series of different types of links to click on. One of those is tree mortality. If you click on that link, that is a site that Ethan has been creating and maintaining for us. There's a whole bunch of information. It'll tell you some FAQs from CAL FIRE and from U.S. Forest Service. It'll have information about bark beetle and how and why it affects the trees the way that it does. Wood waste, the green waste facilities that we have, I believe there's 4 in Tuolumne County. We also have CAL FIRE's list of licensed timber operators and D49 operators. So there's a lot of information, and we continue to update that. So we do encourage anyone who has any questions to go on that website and check it out. And then one other thing, I'm sorry, we are still working with RACES, who is our amateur radio group, who provided community information lines during the REM fire. We continue to work with them to get a schedule set up that we can hopefully maybe by next week get that in place, and then we'll begin advertising a phone number, and we will provide them all the information that they would need to answer questions that people have. And with
Okay.
that, happy to.
Supervisor Hanvelt.
Yeah, add a few things. First of all, CSEC has taken this on in a big way, and they came out here a couple weeks ago, and there will be a video released at the Ledge Conference tomorrow or the next day that they put together, which includes Mike Albrecht, myself, a couple other supervisors, Mariposa and Amador County, Randy Moore, and some others. As soon as that's released, we'll get copies of it and be able to use it. And it's pretty well done. It shows the dramatic evidence of what is going on and what will continue to go on. If you pay attention, you will see new trees dead and dying as we speak. There's 4 or 5 of them just right near my house that are winking out literally in the last few days. And we're also seeing oak trees dying, which are just directly drought related. The wonderful rain we have is not enough. There is a tour later this week. The Forest Service has invited Rocky Deal to go on, which is a good deal, and I forwarded that information to Tracy. Hopefully we can have somebody join that tour. I think it's important we do that. The other one is I sat in on a budget committee meeting, governor's budget committee meeting last week, the May update. There continues to be money, this is good news, continues to be money allocated for CAL FIRE to do things. There's some additional money that may, and don't get too excited, may offer a small opportunity for private lands. We continue to work on the private land thing. That's really important. We emphasize that every chance we get. We emphasize it to the governor's staff and CAL FIRE and the governor's finance team. And when they got to see it, they understand now what this is, because we took them on a tour a few weeks ago as well. So we're working on all those levels, and I'm encouraged. But I will say, and I feel compelled to say, that virtually everybody is in the sandbox playing the game the way they have to. It's painfully slow, but we, again, are the lead county. We're getting work done. We're just really getting the work done. But not everybody's in the sandbox, and I want to say that's the PUC, and I'll say that publicly because they're not playing the game. They don't seem to understand the necessary urgency to support the biomass plants. And not that the biomass plants are the end-all and answer to this thing. They're just one more tool, and we need all the tools to play the game. So we need to continue to support that and push. Our people are working pretty hard, and as hard as they're working, this problem is going to go on for a long time. So fully support this.
Thank you. Supervisor Brennan.
So I just would really want the public to understand that the biomass piece is huge. We continue to talk about that, and I am happy that Ultra Power will be able to utilize the 3-month extension as we continue to push on this. But as Tuolumne County leads, we are leading on a new effort. We are in the very early stages. You will hear this acronym in the next couple of months called TMAP. It is the Tree Mortality Aid Program. And we have started the meetings with some nonprofits, Area 12, the county, working in a very coordinated effort. I'm going to thank Tom, and I hope I do justice to his last name, Penhaligon, with the Lions Club for leading this effort. And once again, Tuolumne County is going to take the lead. We are in the early stages, but as this rolls out, to assist some of our neediest landowners.
Thank you, Supervisor Gray.
Yeah, just a couple of things. One, could we put something on the webpage that says that it's the trees dying aren't because of inaction by the Board of Supervisors? That would be really helpful. All right. No, seriously, looking at this bid swing on the Leisure Pines, we have, quite a difference between the high and low bid here, and my concern always is, do we have a good tree service in there on that lowest bidder? And that's would be my question.
So we had we had Mike in when we opened. Again, Mike Albrecht, our project coordinator, was in the room with Ethan and myself when we opened those bids. He feels very confident in this contractor, remembering that there is no falling that will take place by this contractor. It's really trucking. They're in there, and he has the equipment that he needs. And he laid out a very detailed plan on how he would approach this project. So again, Mike feels very confident in the contractor that was selected.
All right, thank you.
One last question. On our website, have we advertised the information, I'm assuming we have, for the wood yard? I know some of those very small companies that are trying to help individuals, that are reaching out and have some concerns about how they are going to dispose with this. Do we have this on our website?
The wood sort yard?
And specifically, what information will need to be collected if they bring wood in?
Yeah,
Perfect.
So that information is on there. I just added it, just finalized it yesterday. So not only are there directions there to how to get to the wood yard, but we're having signage put out on Highway 120 there. It's on Enterprise Drive. And there's very specific instructions on what we can take and what we can't take.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got two things. First of all, I believe I informed you of a phone call that I got from a small private contractor complaining that the mill had shut them off. I believe that was because the wood was blue-stained wood, and that's just the nature of the beast. But I believe you did contact them and let them know about the wood yard and all of that.
Yes, I spoke with a gentleman.
Okay.
He was concerned that they were no longer taking the wood down there.
Sure.
So we contacted SPI to make sure that actually was the case, and what it ended up turning out to be was that they agreed to allow him to take small truckloads of blue-stained wood during the winter when business was slow, but now the business is starting to pick back up again. They're no longer allowing him to take small pickup-size loads, and they told him that in the beginning.
Okay.
Another thing was apparently the wood had some metal in it and was blue-stained, so they're no longer allowing that kind of wood to be delivered, but they are still indeed accepting logs.
Okay. This is also obviously a high-interest item everywhere in the county. I get a lot of calls. I know everybody sitting up here does as well. I'm okay with the added paragraph and authorizing the CAO to sign contracts. I'm all about expediting that. I want to know, and I think it would be nice to know in a near real-time fashion when we let one of those contracts and what the circumstances of the bid acceptance and all of that stuff was, so that we can answer any questions that come to us. And then when we do these periodic updates, of the emergency situation, let's just do a summary of those actions that we've done for the public as well. But we need it, I believe, in real time, so that because I'm sure there will be complaints and stuff, and we need to be prepared to answer that. Public comment?
I just think it would be really helpful, and I've asked several times, if there could be some sort of template letter that says the legalese that people want to read about efforts we could do as citizens writing to the PUC or PG&E or whoever about keeping Ultra Power open, because we really need to do that.
Yep.
And my writing a letter saying I want it to stay open, blah, blah, I want the, point A, point B, point C.
Talking points.
Yes, talking points that would have impact and not just whining.
Sure, that's a great idea.
I would really
Thank you,
like
Carol.
someone to do that. I don't know, could do a guest opinion at the Democrat or.
Well, we could do both of those, but thank you very much. That's a great idea, and I guess staff can kind of take that as action. Best place probably would be just put a link on the web page to a sample letter that they could use. Any other public comment? Okay, bring it back to the board. Looking for a motion.
Move approval of the continuation of the state of emergency.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Motion by Supervisor Hanvelt, second by Supervisor Brennan. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Passes unanimously. Can you do the next one in about 5 minutes? Okay.
Okay, number 19 is
Let's just go ahead and hold off. We're going to take a 10-minute break now. We'll come back at 10:40, please. That'll be a 9-minute break. Reconveners, please reconvene. Okay, I'm going to call us back to order, and Supervisor Hanvelt can catch up when he gets here. Please read item 19.
This is consideration of adopting a resolution continuing local state of emergency required by the California Emergency Act, Article 14, Section 8630, due to drought conditions.
Talk about pervasive. You're still here.
I know. This continues. Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office, and with me is Ethan Beligmeyer, an analyst in our office who's been assisting with OES. So this, as you know, no more than every 30 days, we need to bring before you the consideration of continuing the proclamation. While we have received average rainfalls and average snow, we still see our reservoirs are not full. There's a perception out there that we're no longer in a drought, and that is not true. When you look at the drought monitor that is provided by the National Weather Service, we've moved from the exceptional drought to extreme, which is just a shade lighter than the real dark red. So it means all of us still need to be careful. Tuolumne Utilities District, because they're a surface water district, they are able to meet their needs because they do expect that Pinecrest and Lyons will fill and spill and go into July, so that is fantastic. But we do have still a lot of issues with our dry wells. And thankfully, in the last month, I was just asking Ethan, we haven't received any type of referral from environmental health. However, he did say this morning he did get a call that we now have one sitting on his desk. So we did go a whole month without having one. That is fantastic. But as it becomes warmer, some of those springs that were already stressed, if there's not enough runoff and there's not enough water there, we'll see those continue. And then the wells, we just don't know with our type of water situation for groundwater how that's going to play out. So we do ask everyone to continue to conserve. I'd like to move to the Jamestown water extension that we've been working on for about 6 months now. As your board is aware, we had done some original tests. Originally, there were some tests that were conducted. I'm sorry, I was just looking to see if Mr. Kosleby was here. An additional 30 tests were ordered by the State Water Board, and those tests, Rob did go out. He did collect samples. He did send those into the State Water Board. They did come back, and they unfortunately did have some high levels of contaminants. They range from the arsenic and nitrates that we had originally tested for, but Rob had requested that they also test for different types of metals. Any one of those that were above the minimum content level, both Rob and or Liza, who sent out 3 public health nurses, went out into the field and spoke to those homeowners, so they're aware of it. They were also given the application where they can fill out for self-certification and request for bottled water from the State Water Board. With that being said, the water main extension that we've been working on with both State Water Board and Department of Water Resources, Tuolumne Utilities District, we continue to work on that. We have calls every week. Right now, we're estimating the cost to be about $1.6 million. And I do have to say the State Water Board and Department of Water Resources are working hard to figure out ways to fund it. As you know, there are different types of strings attached to every funding source. Maybe they can only do $600,000 per project, or it has to be only for cleanup and abatement, or it has to be for drought. So we're breaking this project up into many different projects so that we can identify the type of funding that will apply to that project. And they're working very hard on behalf of the residents out there. So do we think that this project will go? Yes, we do. I think it'll take a few more months to get there, but we do know that we have to have some of that funding will have to be obligated by the State Water Board by June 30th. So they're working hard to identify that, get to their board, discuss it, and get approval for that to happen. And I'm trying to think if there's anything else related to drought that we've been doing.
While you're looking, Tracy,
I think that's it.
I would be interested in your assessment at the appropriate time of the value of us going to the water board when they meet to determine the funding.
Okay, I'll find out what that date is and
Okay.
ask. And I'm sure it couldn't hurt.
I personally would be very happy to go up there and
Okay.
Testify if that would be appropriate.
Okay. One thing I do want to remind anyone who's listening, and I know you are all aware of this, but Sheila Shanahan did apply for drought relocation for those affected in homes that have dry wells, and it can relocate them to a home that is hopefully on a public water source. What it does is it pays a difference in the rent and some of their moving costs. So last I looked, some of those funds had been expended, so she has been working with individuals. Sheila, as you all know, is fantastic in looking at the needs of a home, someone who's looking for a home, and connecting those resources to them. And this is just another sample of her hard work. So just if those who are listening, if you're in a rental or a home, doesn't have to be a rental, it can be a home that you're paying a mortgage on. It will help people to move to a location that has water.
Okay. So, any questions of staff? Public comment? Bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'll move on the recommendation.
Okay, you got a motion by Supervisor Brennan, second by Supervisor Hanvelt. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Unanimous. Number 20, please.
Consideration of adopting a resolution authorizing Tuolumne County to enter into an agreement with the State of California Water Resource Conservation Board for Bottled Water Emergency Assistance Program.
Good morning, Ethan Billigmeyer, County Administrator's Office. So as Ms. Riggs and I discussed earlier in the previous item, there is some water contamination issues out in the Stent Courts area of Jamestown and surrounding areas up by Bell Mooney. Those results have been confirmed by environmental health as well as public health. To help mitigate that issue, the State Water Resources Control Board has orally approved the county for $20,000 of emergency bottled water assistance to help residents out there dealing with the contamination issue. Currently, we have 7 people participating in that program. There are some caveats in order to apply and to get the water. One of those being they have to be below what's considered a DAC, or a disadvantaged community, which I believe is $48,000 or less. So if their income is above that threshold, they do not qualify for the bottled water program. The other caveat is that the oral approval was an emergency approval, and in order to continue that $20,000, we have to submit what is called a FAST application. The FAST application goes to the State Water Resources Control Board and is reviewed. It contains a budget, how the funds are going to be expended, projection on the number of people we intend to serve with that. And then it is approved, and which is the resolution before you is allowing Mr. Pedro to sign that application once it gets approved. Currently, we have Mountain Oasis, who's delivering the bottled water out there. We continue to have the self-certifications that have been delivered by Public Health when they went out to go door-to-door for those residents who had the high arsenic and nitrate levels, as well as some of the other heavy metals. I believe that's kind of... Yes, thank you. The year-end budget review also will address the $20,000. It has been added to the budget, but it will be discussed in further detail in the year-end budget review upcoming presentation. Do you guys have any questions?
I'm just curious. Basically, it looks like 2/5 of the wells that were tested, and this is probably more a question for Rob, had the contamination. Any trends? Did he share any trends that he saw, either geographical or any common themes?
Well, the one common theme that he's been noticing even before is that the contamination seems to be following the mining, the most heavily mined areas in that area. So when he overlays the map, the contamination map on top of the map of the identified heavily mined areas, it lines up very congruently. So unfortunately, I don't think that we know precisely where the contamination is coming from, but we do have a very good, strong correlation that it lines up well with those most heavily mined areas in that Court Stent area of Jamestown.
Okay. Any other questions? Public comment, please. Okay. Bring it back to the board. Looking for a motion.
I'll move on the recommendation.
Okay, I got a motion by Supervisor Brennan, second by Supervisor Handbelt on staff recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstain? Unanimous. Number 21.
Consideration of approving revised correspondence to the State Water Resource Control Board related to its development of emergency water conservation regulations.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, it was during your April 19th board meeting that in response to a request from TUD, the board approved a letter supporting a one-year rescission of the State Water Board's emergency regulation for statewide urban water conservation. Since the board's letter has been issued, State OES was concerned that may be sending a mixed message, suggesting that there's not a water issue in Tuolumne County. And so, we're kind of suggesting you might want to, temper your position because there's still funds to be had there, and we don't want to diminish your effort to get that money. So I consulted with the board chair. He agreed, let's put something before your board for your consideration. So in your packet, you do have the original letter from TUD, the board's original response, and then a proposed response, which I just left in markup mode so you could see the suggested edits of your original letter. The changes focus in three areas. One, it calls for the relaxation versus rescission of the Water Board's water conservation measures. Second, it attempts to differentiate between the condition and need of the county's surface water systems versus that of the residents who are entirely dependent on groundwater by way of wells, which you just heard. And lastly, takes the opportunity to thank the Water Board for its past and ongoing efforts in supporting our response to the drought. So the letter is offered for your consideration, and we'll make whatever edits you may direct.
The question, Supervisor Handbelt?
Just a suggestion, if we're going to go to the State Water Board, this is another topic we ought to just have a conversation with them about.
Are you recommending not sending a change?
No, I think we send the letter, but I think
okay,
I
absolutely.
think whenever we go to a
absolutely.
water meeting, whoever it is, we need to carry this message and whoever we can get
Okay.
at the State Water Board.
I get that. Anybody else? Public comment?
Well, with all due respect, how stupid are you? TUD has a board of Fruit Loops. They voted for a 30% conservation. Then 2 weeks later, they wanted to discuss something else. Then 2 weeks later, they wanted to discuss something else. Then 2 weeks later, it's 20, it's 25, it's 21, it's 19. Then in December, they decide they've met their quota and we don't need to conserve anymore at all. So why on earth would you affiliate yourself with that bunch? So I vote for no letter whatsoever.
Okay, just for the record, this letter corrects a previous letter that we sent in support of TUD.
Why would you even do that?
Well, there you go. Okay, bring it back to the board. Looking for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the letter.
Thank you. I've got a motion. Do I get a second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Hanveld. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Unanimous. Item 21A, please.
Consideration of approving correspondence opposing Assembly Bill 2395 aimed at promoting internet-based telecommunications and providing a framework for discontinuing traditional landline telephone services.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Members of the board, this is brought to you by, actually, on behalf of Supervisor Hanveld. Something he asked that I make sure gets on this agenda for your consideration. There's Assembly Bill AB 2395 by Evan Lowe, and part of the bill is very laudable in that it promotes broader access to internet-based telecommunications services. The part that is not so laudable and is problematic is the portion that provides a framework for traditional landline telephone services being discontinued. And the concern is that there's just not adequate consumer protections built into this bill, to say the least. Without those, we run the risk of the loss of basic phone service throughout the state, but particularly in rural areas such as our own, loss of dependable phone service, loss of affordable phone service, negative economic impacts, and public safety being threatened. Other than that, it's great. Mr. Richardson was kind enough to help me put together. Well, he put a letter together. Supervisor Hanveld took a crack at it, and there have been some edits made to that. But the thrust of the letter is to oppose AB 2395 unless those consumer protections are enhanced greatly.
Okay, Supervisor
I'll add a little
Hanveld.
bit to that, if I could, Mr. Chairman. First of all, RCRC has taken a position to oppose this bill. They don't oppose, nor do I oppose the concept. I mean, look, according to AT&T, who I've spent a lot of time with, there's only a small fraction of the phone calls that are actually made on the old traditional copper lines. Most of it's made on cell phones these days and other forms of transmission. However, in rural areas, as you know, we don't have those kinds of coverages that we need to have. So in the end case, as things move on, you wouldn't maintain a very big, expensive system for one or two customers. But we're not at that point yet. We have a lot of customers, and we have a lot of areas that aren't served with other forms. Now, it does in this. It says you have to have a viable alternative, but the viable alternative is not described very well. I mean, you could come out with a viable alternative being VoIP, voiced over internet protocols, and that can be very expensive. So affordability isn't in there, and this becomes a public safety issue. The other one is the process for, if you will, decommissioning these lines or getting rid of them, whatever. They apply to the PUC with a 120-day notice. If the PUC doesn't act, then they can just do it. I don't think we should do things where it's an act of omission. It should be a physical act of commission. They ought to require them to say something. The county does not have to be notified or participate in the game. I mean, there's no coordination, as we like to say with a capital C. There's no chance to say no chance to understand it. There is a 90-day protest period, but, you know, they get noticed in one of these form letter kinds of things, and, you know, they all go in the trash, and people don't even know what's happening until after it's happened. So when I talked to Paul, by the way, I talked to AT&T a lot, and they assured me they do not want to ban it, all this kind of stuff, but they can also sell the lines, and then someone else can ban it. This doesn't just apply to AT&T. So here's what it comes down to. As I talked to Paul Smith, he says, going forward to accomplish this end is not something we want to argue with, but this is not the bill to accomplish it. It does not have sufficient safeguards for our public, and it does not deal with the public safety issues. So, and the schedule is that this will likely go through the Assembly and go to the Senate by the first week in June. So there is an urgency, and that's why I pushed it, that we do this. If I listen to Paul Smith, and he's pretty savvy on things, he believes at this point it may get through the Assembly, in which case we'll have to do this again with the Senate. So anyway, but I think we need to go on record protecting our people in this case and doing the right thing. Not that this is a bad concept, but just the implementation of the process is bad. Thank you.
Anyone else? Public comment?
Well, I think this is a bit premature because this hasn't even made it out of committee yet, and it was amended again yesterday. So I think there's still a lot of work going on it. So I don't see it going to the full assembly by June 1st, but, you know, I don't have ESP. But I don't know. I'm opposed to sending a letter at this point on behalf of me as a member of the public. I think if you want to send a personal letter, that's fine. But I think it's a little too soon because you don't really know how it's going to come out. And for me, this is a waste of my time as a public that you could do personally. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I might respond to that, I have seen a portion of the bill provided to me by AT&T and with the amendments in it supposedly, and none of them take care of our concerns. And contrary to what our public speaker said, we need to take action in advance so we get done what we need to get done.
Yeah, and the other thing that I would comment on that is it's never too early to insert yourself in the legislative process because you can affect changes. It's much easier to affect changes to a bill before it's come out of the committee than it is to affect changes to the bill after it's come out of the committee. So,
And that was a comment that I would agree with very strongly.
Yep. Okay. Any other?
Mr. Chairman, I think just to the point of being early is the most important thing. You have to voice your opinion as soon as you can. Like Supervisor Hanveld said, there are certain things about that bill that could be good, but all in all, we need to make sure we have the right one. So I certainly would support the letter. And then also, if we took out all those telephone poles that are out there, people running for office wouldn't have any place to post their signs, and that could cause problems in the long run.
Okay. Any other public comment? Okay. Bring it back to the board. I assume Supervisor Hanveld, you have
I move
something?
in favor of
Okay.
approving and sending the correspondence.
Okay, I've got a motion by Supervisor Hanveld, a second by Supervisor Gray. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstain? It's unanimous. Could you please read item 23, our closed session?
Closed session conference with labor negotiators Craig Pedro and Ann Friend, Authority Government Code Section 54957.6, all bargaining units, and conference with real property negotiators, price and terms, Authority Government Code Section 54956.8, negotiators Craig Pedro, Daniel Richardson, negotiations with Jane Holman Sherman for the 0.592 acre parcel located at 10 Calavera Street in Sonora, APN 056-09032.
Okay, we're going to go into closed session. We'll be back for our 11:30 appointment. I encourage my colleagues and staff to not waste any time getting into closed session. We've got a full calendar today. Thank you. Okay, we are back from closed session, and at this time we have nothing to report. So will the clerk please read our 11:30 appointment?
This is a presentation on the Area 12 Agency on Aging.
Okay. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having us. I would like to introduce our staff this morning that's with me. We have Tracy Sawyer, who is our Assistant Director, and Doreen Schmidt, who's our planner. Our presentation today is to provide the board a brief overview of our agency and the value of the services. And in front of you is the PowerPoint presentation. The Older Americans Act was enacted in the 60s by Congress and by President Johnson. They were concerned about the lack of community social services for older adults. The agency is a pass-through entity for federal and state grant funding, along with match dollars from each of our participating counties. Today, the Administration for Community Living is considered to be the major vehicle for the organization and delivery of social services and nutrition services for older adults, adults with disabilities, and their caregivers. Our mission statement is brief but powerful and conveys that we are passionate about the commitment to serve older adults. The agency was established back in 1987 as a 5-county joint powers agency. We are part of an aging network that includes 33 agencies on aging in California and 675 nationwide. The agency is governed by the Joint Powers Authority with one supervisor representative from each participating county. We also have an advisory council that is made up of members from each of the participating counties. The agency partners with other community-based organizations to improve and expand local services. We have found that working together helps to stretch our dollars and meet the needs of the consumers in our public service area. We partner with Sierra Senior Providers, Catholic Charities, DRAIL, Social Services, and Sonora Regional Medical Center, just to name a few. We also advocate for positive policy and legislative changes at the local, state, and federal levels. An example of this was back in October, we were notified of the possibility of funding cuts to our HICAP program nationwide. So what we did is we immediately contacted our JPA members and our advisory council members and asked for letters supporting funding to be continued. Supervisor Brennan understood the importance of this program and brought it before your board, and a support letter was sent out immediately. Our governing board is made up of one supervisor from each of the participating counties, and they are appointed by his or her county. Some of the responsibilities for our board are to adopt an area plan, an annual budget, and provide general oversight. Our advisory council is to serve as an advisory body to the governing board and the agency on matters regarding concerns or interests of older adults in their community. Your members for Tuolumne County are from District 1, Jim Grinnell and Michael Pierce, from District 2, Larry Bodderford and Marge Warner. From District 3, Dick and Carol Southern. And from District 5, Ruth Perrine. And our provider is Leon Cassis of Sierra Senior Providers. The planning process involves many pieces that work together. The California Department of Aging determines the allotment of funds based on the intrastate funding formula to the 33 agencies on aging according to the same ratio as the population of older adults in the state. CDA evaluates non-minority, minority, low income, and geographically isolated. The majority of our population is non-minority, minority, and geographically isolated. Collectively, we receive more dollars based on our total population in our PSA. So it just makes sense for all of us, all 5 counties, which is Alpine, Amador, Calaveras, Tuolumne, and Mariposa. The Older Americans Act requires each agency on aging to assure an adequate portion of grant funding in 3 priority areas. CDA has set these areas for us. They are access, which is at 65% of our funding. That includes transportation, information and assistance, outreach, case management, and health. Then in-home services, which is at 7.5%. That includes homemaker, chore, personal care, and residential repair programs. And then we have legal assistance, which is 2%. The Needs Assessment Survey plays a critical role in the planning process. Surveys are sent out every 4 years to discover the needs of individuals age 60 plus in our 5-county area. The data we receive back from the counties helps to drive the decisions about programs and where we spend our dollars. The surveys were sent out in the fall of 2014, and the completed data analysis survey is available on our website, which is www.area12.org. Every 4 years, our agency also has an opportunity to write an area plan. We gather information from advisory council members, the Needs Assessment Survey, public hearings, and our providers, and we use this information to develop our plan. The 2016-2020 area plan is our blueprint, or we like to consider it our roadmap, and provides direction to serve the needs of our senior population, adults with disabilities, and their caregivers in 5 counties. Our plan was just recently approved by our board and was submitted to the California Department of Aging as required. And I did bring copies of that for you today. Our provider contracts go out for bid every 4 years, and that current cycle is 2014 to 2018. The planning of the agency's annual wide budget is a joint effort with our contracted providers and our agency. We review available funding, the history of service units, and the needs presented in each county. We work alongside the providers to make adjustments to the contracted units and their budgets throughout the year as necessary. And as you can see by the chart, our PSA is experiencing a steady growth in the senior population, and Tuolumne's senior population grew by more than 2% from 2014. The selection of programs offered by the agency are divided into 2 categories. We have our direct service programs and our contracted programs. These programs are core services that have been identified by the needs assessment and the needs of the community. And these are just some of the direct services that we provide directly out of our office here in Sonora. And to ensure that the older adults are utilizing available services, we have developed working relationships with local organizations such as Sierra Senior Providers, DRAIL, Catholic Charities, Home Health, the hospital, Discharge Planner, and Social Services. They provide information about our agency and programs, and they also make referrals on behalf of their clients. Our needs assessment survey also revealed that seniors wanted to access exercise classes to stay healthy. And we wanted to just kind of highlight a couple of our direct programs, and the 3B Health is one of them. This program assists older individuals within improving and maintaining their physical health. We are currently offering 4 yoga classes here in Tuolumne County, and we have over 80 participants. And we contract with a local provider. Her name is Dee Clifton of Soma Fitness. Then we also have our information and assistance program. Our clients receive a comprehensive assessment either by phone or in person, and based on that assessment, referrals are made or information is given to that client. And we also provide follow-up as well. We have a database full of resources and information regarding local, state, and federal resources. This program also provides outreach and education on available services, and we've conducted over 46 outreaches in Tuolumne County during this fiscal year. Our nutrition education program provides congregate and home-delivered meal clients with information regarding nutrition and nutrition-related topics. They receive monthly Nutrient of the Month flyers and quarterly brochures. We've also launched this year what we call the Dietitian is In, where our registered dietitian provides small group discussions or meets with clients one-on-one to provide education on specific topics. And the one there on the screen is our hydration station. We have 3 registered dietitians that cover our service area, and in Tuolumne County, our local dietitian is Cherry Dale. Then our HiCap program, we have trained staff and volunteer counselors that offer objective information and provide assistance with problems relating to Medicare, Medicare Advantage plans, supplemental insurance policies, long-term care insurance, and prescription drug plans. They are required to receive 30 hours of classroom training, 10 hours of internship, and 12 hours of additional training a year. And here in Tuolumne County, we have 7 counselors and 3 full-time staff members. As of March of this fiscal year, our staff and volunteer counselors saved 1,096 Tuolumne County residents with over $998,000 worth of savings regarding our one-on-one assistance with them. Those are dollars that now individuals can spend in their community. And I do have that information broken down by zip code if you guys would like to review that at a later date. We contract with our contracted providers here in Tuolumne County. We actually contract with Sierra Senior Providers to provide congregate, restaurant, and home-delivered meal programs and transportation for seniors. And we also contract with Catholic Charities. They provide the Ombudsman Program, elder abuse prevention, and legal services. In order to obtain grant funding from federal and state governments, it is necessary that the counties provide additional matching funds to the agency. The match is based on the 60-plus population in our PSA. In 2015-2016, Tuolumne County match dollars were $100,128. And as you can see by the graph, total fiscal year-to-date services provided to Tuolumne County is over $474,000, and we have served over 6,964 clients. So for every dollar Tuolumne County contributes in match, you are actually receiving approximately $5 in services. Aging is something that we all experience, and we continue to better understand our aging population. In each community, we ensure the resources are used effectively and efficiently, and ensure that older adults have the choice to age in place. And I would like to end the presentation today with a quote from the author of The Fountain of Age, Betty Friedan. She said, "Aging is not lost youth, but a new stage of opportunity and strength." So thank you.
Thank you. Questions, comments?
Observation. If you look at the chart where she showed the population, 17,761 obviously grew by a few percentage points, but it is almost 1/3 of the population of the county. We're declining in population slightly, so clearly it's not our seniors that are leaving, it's our youth that are leaving. 1/3 of the population, seniors above 60. That's an important constituency, folks. You've got to pay attention.
Supervisor Brennan?
Yeah. Area 12, like so many of the folks that we work with in Tuolumne County, has an amazingly dedicated staff, and they do so many good things with the money that they're allocated. As many of you are aware, the reporting process when we have state and federal dollars is immense. We need accountability, but there is just a tremendous workload placed on these folks, and yet they interact with our seniors and they find opportunities for them. The last thing I want to comment on is the area plan. I would encourage each and every one of you to take a look at it. It has some amazing information in it. I want to thank Doreen. When I went on Area 12, when I started, I read the previous area plan. My mind, it hurt. It was so difficult to get through it. The advisory council, again, was so incredibly complimentary because this plan, you can get through it, you can understand what the programs are, and again, that is a starting place for people to be able to access information. So please read it. Thank you to the staff. Our investment is, we do a lot of good things with that money.
Okay. And Supervisor Gray.
Quick comment. I was going to comment on the plan. I've told a number of people where it's at on your webpage, and it is really valuable information there when you're planning to be a senior. My plan went out the door a long time ago. But, yeah. Anyway, thank you for all your hard work, and it's a really great presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, and appreciate you coming.
Thank you for having us.
Absolutely. And if you would, the clerk would again read item 23A. We'll go into...
This is a closed session, Conference of Labor Negotiators, Craig Peter and Ann Fremd, Authority Government Code Section 54957.6, all bargaining units.
Okay, we do have an event over lunch, so we will not be coming immediately back from the closed session. We will report out when we reconvene the board at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Supervisor Rutherford, did you want to just read? Well, I guess we should just do it. Never mind. 2 p.m. I wanted to go right in, but because it's on the agenda, we can't, so we have to come back out here.
Supervisor Handbelt, Supervisor Handbelt. Okay, we've got a quorum. We do have an appointment. It is 2 o'clock, so I am reconvening the Board of Supervisors. We are returning from closed session with on item, specifically item 23A, with nothing to report. Will the clerk of the board please read our 2 o'clock appointment?
This is also a closed session, Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation, Authority Government Code Section 54956-9D2, one case.
Okay, is there any public comment on this closed session item? Seeing none, we will adjourn to closed session. And do we anticipate anything to report? Okay, we anticipate nothing to report. We will be back for our 2:30 appointment. Closed session, our 2 o'clock closed session, and we have nothing to report. And we're waiting for our presenters for our 2:30 appointment. So just hang loose, and we'll get started when they get here.
It is consideration of adopting the fiscal year 2015-16 year-end budget review and associated budgetary adjustments.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I just want to start off by first thanking Tracy for the hard work and the departments and the rest of the staff for getting this year-end completed. It's been hard with other things going on in the office. Apologize to your board for the lateness. Intend to present this if you're comfortable with the recommendations. It'd be nice to get this behind us today so we could focus on other things, but would totally understand if your board would like to delay final action until your next board meeting. So I just wanted to say that up front and then turn that over to Trace.
His budget.
Good afternoon. Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office. Sorry, I just ripped apart my memo, so I'm putting it back together. So thankfully, the year-end budget, as you know, is the final time that we have to look at how our current year budget is how are we compared to the current year budget? What is actually taking place? So each year we sit down and we ask all of our departments to go in, update with what their best knowledge is on their line items, and then we take that and we compile it, and that's what you have before you today. Overall, this is a good news year. There's been other years in the past where we have really had to struggle on how we were going to fix things. This year, everyone is ending with a positive fund balance, and so that is good news. There are some significant differences, and there are some changes that we will need board action, so I'm just going to highlight some of those. I don't want to read the whole memo back to you, but as you can see, the general fund is expected to end the year with a $1.2 million fund balance. That is a $629,000 difference from what we projected at mid-year. And in the first page of the memo, we do state out what some of those major changes are, but some of those are, as you look at these, as being significant savings for the year, such as what we see maybe in information technology. Some of those items need to be rebudgeted. They're projects that did not take place this year, but they will take place next year. So purchase of a network server, some training, and others, such as the district attorney's office, due to vacancies, she has significant savings, and we're seeing that as a result in the year-end budget. I'm looking at all my stuff that I tore apart. The others that we see the most significant changes in are our Human Services Agency. And again, we ask you to think about, as the 2011 realignment continues to evolve, it's very difficult sometimes to project the revenues and how they're going to flow into the department. Sometimes it comes in through general fund, it gets transferred back out, and sometimes it comes directly to the department, and we have to change what we're transferring out from the general fund. The other thing is for social services, they have to do their annual cost reports or quarterly cost reports, and many times those are not completed by the time we're doing some of these budget cycles, so they're estimates. So what you're seeing before you is their best estimate or projection on where they're going to end the year, which, as you can see, the most significant behavior health at $678,000 and Department of Social Services at $900,000, $919,000.
Pardon me, Tracy, as you go through this, just for my information, what is the time snapshot or the closeout date for the figures that are in your...
We took this, I'm going blank for a minute, we do through the third quarter. So it's a third quarter review, so it's
okay, so
March
this
31st.
31st of March.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. As we work, just as a note, with the budget system, we do ask that IT bring in the most current financial data into the budget system, so when they're comparing, they also are able to run reports. And I know many of them work with Debbie throughout the year to see and make sure that their comparisons are accurate. On page 3, what we do is we give you a table that gives you the adjusted ending fund balance for the governmental funds. And what we do is we take what you see on the Schedule A, which is your projected ending fund balance. Then we take the contingencies, if there are any. And these on page 3 are all of those funds in the governmental funds that have a contingency. We add that in as if those contingencies were not spent. That's what their adjusted ending fund balance would be. So it gives you a better idea of where they stand if they don't use that contingency. If you have a question.
Well, I just want to ask if my assumption is right, but it's safe to say that even though we add the contingency in to get the total fund balance, we're going to take it right back out as a contingency the next year, right?
That's going to be up to your board.
I understand,
We would
but-
assume $1 million of it at least.
But our typical procedure or policy is that we keep, in all of these funds, not just the general fund, but the roads, the fire, and all that stuff, everybody's going to keep a fund balance, everybody's going to keep a contingency, right?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
It depends on their capacity, and in the general fund, there may be specific projects, for example, the board may want to fund, with some of that money, but when in doubt, the boards put the bulk of it into contingencies.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So after that, we go through, and there's more of the detailed of where we need board action. So again, I don't want to sit here and read to you each of these, but most of the departments had some type of revenue and or fund balance that they could utilize to cover any addition in or increase in appropriations. There are very few that required general fund, and really it was only $2,580 of general fund that was used. The rest of them had either they had their own dedicated funding. So when you look at the increase, say in the library, they had donations, and they were dedicated to purchase of ebooks, children's books. You'll see that when you look at page 5, when you see the general fund opportunities and problems, and then you see the solutions. So that is good news. Everyone was able to cover everything that they needed except for that small amount, and those were in just 2 cost centers. And then we have, the last one is our fleet services and ambulance. Again, these are very small. They are being covered, the small amount for fleet services. They did have an additional $32,000 of revenue, but due to the increased volume they need to have through the end of the year to purchase the parts, we will need to cover an additional $7,000 with fund balance. And ambulance, again, is a minor change as $10,700. And those are, again, they recently acquired a new ambulance. A majority of that is related to that purchase. Attached, you also have the Schedule A, B, and C, which are the normal schedules you're used to seeing. It will give you the beginning fund balance, revenues, expenses, and then the projected ending fund balance. Something new this year is Exhibit D. That is a year-end budget review. So you see what did we project at mid-year, what is the year-end projection, and then the variance. And this is, again, a new schedule just to kind of summarize it all so you don't have to go back and forth. If you have any questions, please let me know. And then, as we have been doing, there are the Schedule E is the budget changes. So this is detailed changes that we would ask for your consideration and review, and that we would give to the Auditor Controller's Office for the changes for the budget. And with that, that's...
Can you say that one again?
I can. That was kind of garbled. I'm sorry. Schedule E is a budget detail changes. These are all of the changes that would be needed for what you see in your memo. So this is what board action, these are the items we need your board to act on.
Okay. Are we done?
We are done. Sorry.
Okay. Any board questions before I turn it over to public comment? Okay, public comment. I'm going to have a question for our auditor controller. This is going to be very open-ended.
Okay. Good afternoon, Debbie Batista, County Clerk and Auditor Controller.
Okay. Are you comfortable with what's been presented?
Absolutely. Other than Mr. Pedro and I had one comment this morning, but he's going to fix that, and I'm
Okay.
comfortable he's going to fix it before year end.
Okay. And then what is, if you had a crystal ball, you've been pretty good in the past, how How's it look for the fourth quarter?
Normally, our fourth quarter always comes in a little better than we project because, I'll speak for myself, and I think I'm like the norm for most departments. We're a little conservative. We're conservative with our revenues. Sometimes our revenues usually come in a little better than we think. And we want to be comfortable with our expenditures, that if we think we're going to spend every single penny, we say we're going to spend every single penny. And usually we don't spend $1,000 here, $5,000 here. So usually the fourth quarter does come in a little better. I do know, and I haven't spoken to Mr. Pedro because I don't know what the math is yet, that the elections office should receive some money for year end to help out with the 2016 election and all the petitions that were coming in. If I was guessing, we're looking at $10,000-$15,000. The majority of that I'm not going to spend. It'll go right to the bottom line. But until all the petitions are in, I can do the math with all the other 58 counties to tell you what my share of $1,302,000 is. And so there's some things that happen with the other departments that way too. Okay. There isn't anything that's on our horizon. We've already started balancing. There isn't anything on at least the first blush of the balancing that happened. Jasmine in my office did an excellent job putting the schedule together. There wasn't anything that jumped out at us other than the one little thing that Mr. Pedro is going to fix.
Okay.
So, yes, I'm very comfortable.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. I guess I already asked for public comment. Any comments, questions from the board?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Just so I can demystify that, we're talking about a $12,000 item that was paid in advance of the service, needs to be either repaid or booked as a prepaid expense. So
okay.
Just to put in perspective, it's a $12,000 item of a contract that is.
I just like a second set of eyes on things. That's okay. Okay, so I take it that we are being asked to approve the changes in Attachment E or Exhibit E.
Mr. Chairman, I would be prepared to make a motion.
Okay.
That we adopt the year 2015-16 year-end budget review, including associated budgetary adjustments described and attached herein, Exhibit A, B, C, D, and E.
Okay. Okay, I have a motion by Supervisor Gray and a second by Supervisor Royce. Before we vote, Ms. Batista.
It was pointed out to me by the HSA director that even though it's in the narrative that there's slipper money between the health department and behavioral health, it's not in my adjustments to do. I'm assuming that they're in the totals because the totals were probably brought in from what the budget. So if we could just add that the slipper transfer will occur.
Okay. Can I get that addition to the motion?
Yes. What color slippers are we looking at?
My favorite color is blue, but my grandsons gave me pink. So blue and pink will work.
How about bunny?
So amended motion.
Bunny slippers?
Amended motion.
Okay. Can you amend your second there, Supervisor Royce? Okay. We have an amended motion and an amended second. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstain? Passes 5-0. Will the clerk please read our...
Mr. Chair, I hate to ask, but can I have a 5-minute break so I can talk to Tracy before the next item?
I love breaks. Let's take 5 minutes, and we'll reconvene at 55. Item 22.
Reports.
Okay. Yes, Clerk of the Board?
Nothing to report, thank you.
County Council?
I do have a few things to report. So the last few weeks, Carlin and myself and Leah attended LeaderCast. That was really a good event. Carlin and she spent a majority of the time working on the objection process with Supervisor Hanbell on the BEH range allotment. Chris has been doing some contested juvenile hearings, working on the Behavioral Health Advisory Committee bylaws. Cody did an administrative grievance hearing and is continuing to work on an appellate brief that's due at the beginning of next month. And then I've been working with OES on some of the court stints contamination issues and also working closely with HR on labor and bargaining issues. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Gray.
Okay, fortunately or unfortunately, it is election time. So on May 5th, I attended the Farm Bureau meeting. On May 6th, the Architects of Tomorrow Leadership Seminar at Sierra Bible. I thought it was a very good program. Looking forward to the next one. May 9th at Groveland Office Hours. I want to thank Steve Boyack and Rita Austin for helping me through the meeting I had up there with some constituents. They did an excellent job. It really turned out well. Also on May 9th, had an interview with the Board of Realtors. May 11th, attended the volunteer appreciation for the library volunteers. Very good event, always well attended, and I don't know how we'd run a library without them, so it's good to appreciate them. May 11th, also TCTC. We approved the annual work plan. It's on TCTC website. May 11th, attended another forum in Lake Don Pedro. May 12th, we had our Chamber Candidate Night Forum here. Always some good questions. And on May 13th, another real estate forum. So you might say I worked hard, but I spent a lot of work at forums.
Okay. We're going to continue with the reports. We'll get to you in a second there. Supervisor Hanvelt.
Okay, thank you, sir. Let's see. I participated in the National Day of Prayer for the government side of things on Thursday the 5th of May. And then I attended a very interesting session right there in the Board of Supervisors chambers where Congressman McClintock gave a lesson, if you will, in the Constitution to students, primarily, I think, from homeschool students and maybe some charter school students. That was really amazing. Tom McClintock really knows his history and his Constitution. It was very educational for anybody. I attended YSS on Friday at 6. And then I did my thing again this year. I attended the Mother Lode Roundup parade up close and personal.
Pooper scooper.
Twice I was cleaning up the county as best I could with my friends. I'll let your imagination go on that one. On Monday the 9th, I was in Sacramento virtually all day because I went to the Marie Martelli Task Force coordination orientation meeting for the new counties, the 4 new counties, and then participating in the task force later in the afternoon. And one thing, Supervisor Rutherford for covering for me at LAFCO in that afternoon so I could be in Sacramento. Following morning, Board of Supervisors National Resources Committee, and then we had a Finance Committee in the afternoon, at which point I went to Sacramento for the RCRC Executive Committee meeting, and I got to tell you, that was really a good meeting because RCRC, you know, you think of them as rural counties advocate, and they are, and they really do a good job, and they're probably the best investment we make. But they have 2 financial arms that make RCRC possible, and the National Home Buyers Fund donated $500,000 for lake fire and butte fire recovery. They donated money to put together the sex trafficking education program that's going through particularly rural counties and starting this year and next 2 years. And they donated $320,000 to finish a homeless veterans project in Sacramento. We got 2 of that. That was really, really interesting. Anyway, then on Friday, I met with the 13th. I met with the Business Council for breakfast and talked about issues. Later that morning, I attended with Deputy Council Gribdahl the Bell Meadows, Eagle Meadows, Herring Creek
how shall I say, constructive objections and criticisms to the draft. But the environmental groups were how should they call themselves, a coalition or whatever, consortium. They were hard on what their position was, and they were not thin about how they talked, thinly veiling anything. They were very seriously talking about a lawsuit if they didn't get their way. We talked about adaptive management in the program, going forward and adapting to the conditions as they develop. They wanted nothing to do with adaptive management. I point out to somebody, if you don't adapt to situations as they occur, then what you do is you put blinders on and you assume that you're going to be right the first time and right for all time. That is absolutely insane. I do not believe these people are constructive in how they approach life or how they approach our environment. And I believe these people have contributed, and I can't say more strongly contributed. The reason why we had rim fire as severe as it was because forest density was too high, and why we're having tree mortality at the level we're having it because forest density was too high to start with. You add drought, and then you add beetle. This is crazy. These people are not friends of the environment. I don't know what they think they're doing, but they're doing the wrong thing. I can't say any stronger than that. The other one, I attended Annie Oakley on Sunday. Actually, my bride did. I was her escort. That was very interesting. And yesterday I did the Government Affairs Council, and there's something important came out of that. I talked about the fact that we were writing these letters to the governor about our roads condition, and Steve Qualls from the League of Cities says, "What is that?" He says, "Can you send me those?" So I did. And his response just a few minutes ago, while you gave us a break, Mr. Pedro, was, "How long are you going to keep doing that?" And I said, "As long as we can keep coming up with creative new ideas on how to face the problem, describe the problem." I said, "We intend to be as obnoxious as we can be, and we'll solicit until we get attention." And I said, "We'll solicit all the support we can." I think we might get some support, and we ought to solicit support. With that, end of report. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Brennan.
So on the 4th, I participated in the Tuolumne County Realtors Association interview in the morning, and then we had a Behavioral Health Advisory Committee meeting in the afternoon, and they are in the process of reviewing their bylaws, and a lot of the conversation was centered around that. I did the Farm Bureau Candidates Night on the 5th. On the 10th, we had our Natural Resource Committee meeting. A lot of discussion, reviewed the SOPA for upcoming projects that the force will be undertaking. I think probably the most informative piece that I got out of that was that Supervisor Higgins did say that they should be beginning the process of looking at the forest land management plan, looking at the elements associated with that this fall. So we knew that it was soon to be on the horizon, and she announced that at the meeting. On the 11th, I attended the Library Appreciation event. Wonderful to recognize all those volunteers. Very nice event. Thank you, Tracy, Moe, and library staff that set that up. On the 12th, we had a Vision Sonora marketing subcommittee meeting, and anybody that is interested in, they will be working on how they market downtown Sonora, a number of ideas, a very robust conversation. Anybody who's interested in that conversation, it meets the second Thursday of every month at 2 p.m. at Economic Development. I attended the Chamber Candidates Night on the 12th. On the 13th, I was at the Behavioral Awareness event that was held, and again, just an opportunity to talk to volunteers and people that are using those services, and we talk an awful lot about the stigma of behavioral health and how important it is to tell the story. So I want to thank a number of those individuals for being brave enough to do that. I think it's a really important piece of the message. And then I attended wonderful event down at UC Merced. It was the culmination of the capstone project. I've been talking about that. Tuolumne County Economic Development. Tuolumne County got a really wonderful billing on it. Our team with 4 engineers, Wood U Inc., and their project was separating and utilizing woody biomass. This is an incredible contest. These engineering students have to go through this process as kind of a senior project. I believe there were 40 teams. What I did not understand is that a number of these projects are in their second and third generation. So our team was in its first generation, and it made it to the last round before it fell out. A lot of promise. UC Merced has committed to moving this forward to the next generation, and so we'll see it back next year. A lot of amazingly bright minds trying to tackle a lot of the challenges that we're facing today. And so it was great to be a part of it, and I'm going to look forward to next year's team and what they come up with. And that's my report.
Supervisor Royce? Okay. Real quickly, I won't recount all the campaign events I've been to. I've been to them all. On the 5th, I spent half the day and early into the evening with our representative to Congress, Congressman Tom McClintock. He started out the afternoon with a session with the vets over at the vet hall, listening to vet issues. He came over here to the aforementioned Constitution class that I set up for some of our homeschooled kids and charter school kids, and phenomenal job. For those of you that haven't had an opportunity to really get to know Congressman McClintock, all I can say is if he spends as much time in every other county that he spends in our county working issues and everything, he must not sleep. On the 7th, I got to thank Hazel Mitchell for allowing me to ride in her car, which she allowed her husband, Dick, to drive in the Motherlode Parade. She assures me it's her car, by the way. On the 9th, I did cover for another supervisor, not to be named, at the LAFCO. On the 10th, with Supervisor Hanvelt, we attended the Finance Committee on a presentation by staff on fleet services. We're going to continue to work that one. On the 14th, I was with what seemed to be at least half to maybe two-thirds of the county, including county council and several of our staff, at the farmers market for opening day, which was a raging success. And then on the 15th, along with Supervisor Hanvelt, trying to remember if I saw anybody else. If I forget, I'm sorry. I attended the Annie Oakley Academy, which I found out I'm apparently a bigamist since I'm married both to Joe Rotifer and Annie Oakley. And then on the 17th, today, I had the great honor and distinct privilege of addressing our law enforcement forces at their memorial, memorializing the fallen law enforcement officers across the state. And Sheriff, I want to thank you very much for the invitation. That was a very special treat for me. I hope I did well. And that's it. Mr. Pedro, if you want to make a report, you can do so now, and otherwise you can go right into your spiel. Okay, read a spiel.
This is a presentation on the status of the fiscal year 2016-17 recommended budget and consideration of directing staff on changes to the general strategies being used to develop same.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, this will be actually fairly short. While I was sitting up there, I saw something that was mistitled, and it would have confused everybody, so we got that fixed. So this is quick, just a status report. This is only the second time that we've done this as part of our budget process. Make sure your board has a chance to really get a feel for how the budget is coming together. This is really an unworked presentation on the compilation of department requests before we actually sit down and get to work in balancing a budget. But just for backdrop, went to the multi-year forecast, just took the key summary slide here, and the focus is on the first column. So what were we expecting? That's great. My laser died. There it goes. It is dying. You got another one? But real short, the general fund problem you can see that was projected was about $1.2 million. Road fund, we were looking at about 1.3 or 4 million. We've been talking a lot. That led to Bev's ongoing writing skills, of which I'm amazed at the ability of her and her staff. That's important stuff. And then the fire shortfall that we're looking at, those are your key funds. And in roads, because of the revenue shortfall that they're having, this was just something that they had put together that we discussed during the presentation of the modified, is how do you attack something of that size? They were saying, what if our fund balance was higher? If we did some changes on certain project funding, we could work this thing down to about $500,000 without touching a lot of the other line items. I just remind us of this because they've been doing that in their submission.
Okay. And a quick question. Can you go back one slide? On these figures, we just saw a projected fund balance going forward. Are you projecting that fund balance into these figures, or are these prior to that fund balance?
This just shows us assuming $1 million of fund balance, going back to our other conversation, in the multi-year. And when I show you this next number, it actually shows the entire projected fund balance, which makes it an apples to apples. And I was going to explain that.
Okay.
But that's all right. That's a very important question. It leads to the other one you were asking earlier. But I just wanted to go here because they were already thinking, how do we do this? If we can't expect any immediate help from the state or federal government, how can we try to keep our road maintenance efforts moving forward? And that included some staffing eliminations, at least temporarily, based on some vacancies that are occurring. So I just wanted to take us back to that discussion. So this is the compilation of the department, what I'll call the status quo, not the full request. I don't have those numbers to show you. We just didn't have time to compile them with the position request, for example, and equipment request beyond that, which was discussed when we were doing the modified forecast. So this is really simple. This boils it down to the general fund. This is the one that had $1 million in fund balance going towards contingencies to fund contingencies. This is showing a $2.4 million problem, but in reality, it does include more than the $1 million. It's another $1.4 million in projected fund balance. So if you did an apples-to-apples comparison of the numbers, that would be about $3.8 million negative that you'd be looking at. Again, I want to emphasize this is untouched, compiled, stuff. Haven't had a chance to, to work on it with the departments, except just very few cases. I will mention, though, in the general fund, one of the things that had a big impact in our general revenues, I mentioned at the Finance Committee, was that our projected A87 reimbursements into the general fund. These are administrative overhead charges to the non-general fund departments. Dropped since we did the modified forecast by just over $800,000. That's an ouch. That's a lot of money. So that's a big thing that is cooked into these numbers. It is what it is. So we start a little bit behind the eight ball. In the road fund, again, we were looking at this kind of a number. This is what their fund balance would look like under what they've presented, and I haven't had a chance really to talk with the road fund folks, but went in to see, whoa, we must have really messed up on our data entry, but those position vacancies, as they were talking about, had been reduced. This includes the new beginning fund balance based upon the year-end projections. They have stripped out any contingencies. They have reduced some of the surface treatments, not all of them, but some portion of the surface treatments. They still have some materials to patch some potholes, but they have really stripped the road fund to get to these kinds of numbers. This is, again, like we've always talked about, we're getting behind the 8 ball as it is at the level of funding that we had. This would at least keep, other than those vacant positions that would be cut, this would be a very bare bones road effort. You'd still have the crews doing the best they can with what they got, their existing equipment, some amount of materials, but it would really cut into the overall effort. So this is not a recommendation at this point, but just based on what the department's working hard, and I appreciate them working hard, trying to keep things together in the hope state or federal action will get our revenues up. And then in the fire fund, this number here in the forecast that included an engine, as I recall, and some other equipment items. This number here, which is positive. Oh, this also had a contingency in it. This has no engine, no contingency, so it's just stripped bare. And that's good news because that means you could fund an engine, or you could put that money back into contingencies, for a future year. Again, I just want to emphasize one really important thing in the fire fund. The full weight of Jamestown Fire is now definitely being carried, by this fund. There's no more SAFER grant money to pay for that, and that's good news.
And I thank you for it.
Yeah, good work of the fire department. So I just want to point out these are your big ones. I don't mean to make light of the other funds, but just scanning those, they seem to be within their typical manageable realms. But the general fund is going to be a challenge. But I haven't sat down to work with the departments. And at this time last year, that's basically the charge that you gave me, is to go back, meet with the departments, and start working these numbers. Just by way of quick review, this was the direction you gave me at the modified forecast as far as how to go about building the 16-17 budget. Again, strive towards these monies for responsible, sustainable compensation packages, and public safety. Complete those major capital projects, and so forth. Roads, continue to pursue the additional, federal funding. We're trying to maintain a road effort until we can get that funding. Additional positions, basically constrain any additions except for the most critical. And there's a revised high priority list that we went through. The ones in the shade are ones that are built into those numbers. So this includes a number of positions. When I come back to you in June, the ones that are not shaded will be on a high priority list, and we'll look at any other submissions that we receive from departments so you can see them. And at that June 7th meeting, if there's additional positions you'd like to put into the budget and we can find a way to do it, you'll have that list to choose from. And then the critical infrastructure in IT, to make sure that these projects are put in. That's a multi-year program. So we'll continue to do that, and you can see it in a lot of the department cost centers. For example, in IT, beyond the IT manager, there's also, you can see the dollars for some of these significant projects that your board has directed that we get done. So beyond that, you wanted us to optimize our revenue opportunities. We'll be looking to do that. I should state this a different way. We can basically, this next bullet says we can use some of the general fund balance, up to 1% of the operating budget, which is about $650,000 based on the direction I've received before. Of the $1.4 million, I could take $650 of that and use it for operations. The rest I would identify for other uses, which your board could direct me how you'd want me to apply that. And then as I work with the departments, going through their budgets, constrain spending to needs versus desires, keep things lean and mean. Look for prudent use of vacancy factors in the high turnover general fund departments, of which there's really only a couple of any size that have turnover. And then, just to be stringent in our budgeting of overtime. So these are the general marching orders that you've already given me. But now you can see what I'm working with, to apply, that direction and come back to your board, hopefully on June 7th with a proposed budget, or if we get into some difficult decisions, certainly come back to you with some options of how we could accomplish, any final balancing and get direction from you, at that meeting. So that's really it, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Questions of staff? Public comment? Okay. Can you roll forward until I tell you to stop? Whoa, back up. 2. One more. Okay. I just want to highlight one thing, especially on compensation adjustments. The second sub-bullet has been our position all along, and that is to implement the comp study over time. Okay, I just want to highlight that for our staff and for the public. Other than that, I don't have any comments for staff.
Continue the course.
Okay. Well, looks like you've got a little work ahead of you.
Always do.
And do you need any action from us, or is this information?
Now, this is information. I'm just going to apply the direction you previously gave me as I sit down with departments and come back to you in June 7th.
I know it's a little bit more work to put this together, but I think it's important that we see how things are flowing, and it goes to the reason that I asked the snapshot question of Tracy, and the last one is, a lot of people that have never done one of these things at this magnitude probably don't understand, but every number you saw on a chart up there today changed between the time that they printed the chart and the time that they put it up there. Okay, these numbers are moving targets, so it's important, at least for me, to understand where that snapshot is, so that when somebody goes, well, wait a minute, something changed, I can go, well, yeah, it changed because that was the number here, and it's no longer the number. It's a challenge to keep up with it. So I appreciate the effort, and if there's nothing else, okay. Would the clerk please read item, I believe it's 23B. Thank you.
This is a closed session, conference with real property negotiator, price and terms, authority, government code section 54956.8, negotiators Craig Pedro and Daniel Richardson, negotiating with Jane Holman Cernan for a 0.592 acre parcel located at 10 Calaveras Street in Sonora with APN number 056-09032.
Mr. Pedro, do we anticipate a report? Okay. Then we are going to go into closed session, and when we are done, we will come report out and adjourn our meeting for today. Thank you.
Supervisor Rutherford, you want to ask for public comment?
Oh, good catch. Don't anybody run out yet. Any public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll now go into closed session.